mtu kulipwa chini ya minimum wage. Kwa hivyo, our good friends in the private security space, the regulator is here, the Ministry of Interior is here, the Ministry of Labor is represented. We must work collaboratively, working together to ensure that every security company operates within the parameters of the law.
He also ordered employers to fully remit statutory deductions, including contributions to SHA and NSSF, and directed that all roles referring to private security personnel as watchmen or guards be amended to use the official title private security officers. Meanwhile, Women in Security Excellence Advocate Elizabeth Samba urged the government to ensure women's voices are reflected in policies shaping the private security sector.
We do not only secure gates, we protect families, business institutions, investments, communities, and our nation. When the women entrusted with protecting Kenya are themselves safe, respected, and empowered, our country becomes stronger.
Leaders of the Safina Party in the Coast region have strongly opposed the Election Laws Amendment Bill 2024, which proposes removing the legal requirement for the IEBC to transmit election results live from polling stations. Coast Safina coordinator William described as attempts to push through the proposed amendments without adequate public participation. The Kenyan government has launched a nationwide audit of public offices to establish the number, location, and status of government premises as part of efforts to reduce expenditure on leased office space and improve the management of public assets. The exercise was discussed during the monthly meeting of principal secretaries chaired by Felix Kosgei at the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization in Loresho, where officials also reviewed progress on reforms under the whole of government approach aimed at improving coordination and efficiency across government institutions. The meeting also received an update on the ongoing nationwide payroll audit targeting ghost workers and fraudulent salary payments. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at Spice FM KE.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said the government, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Habari asubuhi, inakwana, ututuoma. Which one again? Bonjour, bonjourne.
Hola.
Hola. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo estás?
Assalamu alaikum.
Iyo. Pia.
You can say it.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. No. How are you? So you answer, if you're fine, we say good. If you're not fine, then we deal.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, very good.
Estoy muy bien.
Muy bien.
Which other one did you say?
I said inakwana, then you say lafia kalo. Lafia kalo.
Lafia kalo?
Yes, that's Hausa.
That's Hausa.
And I say otutuoma.
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 And you say what?
Otutuoma to you too.
Yes, actually you can. But you normally say olimma.
Olimma.
Remember I told you the other day, ma is
yes,
good.
It's good.
Yes.
Yes. If ma
very
is
good. You see, you understand it.
How far now?
I did, Jerry. How body?
I did.
You say body day inside clothes.
Okay.
Body day inside clothes.
Body day?
Inside clothes. I'm teaching you so many things in this morning. Let's see your retention capacity and power.
Okay.
Good?
Good.
Sado? How are you?
Good day.
Uko salama?
Kabisa.
Are you awake?
I'm here, yes.
You see how people fail exams? Don't want you to fail the exam.
Yeah.
You're fine this morning?
I'm fine.
Good.
Could be better though.
Why could you be better?
One of our colleagues left us yesterday.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it's that cuts deep. So yeah.
Yes, may my sister rest in peace. And his one of our technical staff on the KTN side he'd been unwell. He was receiving medication treatment yesterday, and unfortunately passed away. And he's had to deal with that battle for a while.
Yeah.
But even as his body now rests, may his spirit rest.
Sincere condolences to the family.
Indeed.
May his soul rest in peace.
Kabisa. May he rest in peace. Right. And even as we deal with that, we continue through the motions of having to deal with certain things as we get into it. Good morning, Marion. I know Marion wants to eat me. Don't worry. By around 7 o'clock, I leave you alone. How are you? To answer, I can't hear. You're waving with one hand or two. Both. Okay. Skitty, good morning. Salama? Very good. I've noted with great concern that Voke is not here. Let's cross over to Maisha and just disturb. Let's shake the building, kidogo. Voke, not here. We'll deal later. Yes. Joy B is here. Good morning. And Mutanu. Mutanu is also even texting me because I've not done something. Do you see now how this one brain of mine needs to be split? Because even now, into different directions. Joy B has told me that she is doing well, and there is Mutanu asking me hard questions. Mutanu, I've outed you to the nationals this morning. There you go. Uko salama. I've sent. Sawa. Nimetuma. Okay. Check done. Greeted. Check done. All right. It's Friday. It's the 7th of August. And just in case you can't remember, I don't know how 1998 to 2026 is 22 years. 28 years since the twin bombings in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. So August 7th memorial happens. This is the day. And it's interesting that such a thing remains in mind and understanding for, I wasn't here, but it was around the world, around the world that we heard this, of what had happened in Nairobi, and then very soon after that we heard what had happened in Dar es Salaam, and that we remember it so many years later, in terms of what the world has done to come from acts of terror and how you deal with terrorists and terrorism. Is interesting, especially in the international relations space. So we remember that day today, and those who lost their lives, but then also the way the world has moved from being able to deal with such a disaster of calamitous proportions to where we are today, where the intelligence is
doing an amazing job.
Sure, but at the same time, remember that people are still radicalized, and that they will go to any length to insist that a position be held and remembered. So we remember this day, and the world remembers it. Those who lost their lives, those who are still, seeking compensation to an extent. And that continues to be a conversation.
It is, and I think there is also a wider conversation happening nowadays. Stakeholders beginning to analyze and explain that terrorism is an outcome. It's not a cause. What is it that leads to these terror attacks? So I think it's the redefinition of peace building and sustainability of the same, because there's a lot of shifts that is happening around the world, the world order, you realize, because everywhere you've had terrorism, there has always been somebody trying to define what peace ought to be. Unfortunately, the casualties are the civilians.
Very true.
You cannot forget the desertification of Palestine that is happening, the war happening. It's been going on for years now. 3, 4? This is the 4th year, I think.
Well, if we're going to look at it in context, it's a 40-year war. So, it's just the escalation maybe has gone and come down. But then now we're looking at the latest escalation of that conflict. And it's interesting that in international relations spaces, we often describe peace as the absence of conflict, but that's not necessarily the truth anymore.
Same goes for, is it South Sudan? It's been going on for the longest.
Sudan as well.
It even led to the split of the country. Remember, Sudan used to be a country, and now had to be split
north and south.
So
I don't know, conversations ought to equally shift to what state-sponsored terrorism is.
Because if you look at what is happening in other jurisdictions that is sponsored by states out here in the name of we are looking for peace, yet you see massacres and genocides being committed by states in the name of searching for peace. Those conversations ought to be had. And I think it's difficult to have those conversations, but they must be had.
They must be, yeah. True.
For sure. And in line with that, let me tell you what we'll be talking about today. We start off our conversations at 7 o'clock. We look into a number of things. If you're tuning in, Karibu Sana. Yes, indeed, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And a very good morning to our audience on KTN this morning. Thank you for joining us. You tuned in around the nation, the region, and the world. This is The Situation Room. Joe Kamanya, Dennis Aseto, Nduh with you this morning. Nduh again today is with a single U. There's no O, there's no H, there's no E, O, or A.
Or double O.
No. It's just one U after an N. There's no apostrophe. There is no double D. It's just NDU.
It's only one U.
How is only one? A bus. You see now, you get it. How about we have a day when we spell the name correctly?
Right.
Sindro.
Okay.
All right. Let's aim for this. Let's aim for the moon. We might land on the stars. Okay. So our conversation at our conversations today will go over a number of things. Marion, iko wapi hiyo kitu? Ndio sasa tunasema tunaongea kuhusu nini? All right, we started at 7 o'clock with a conversation with Bishop John C.W. He is a governance analyst. At the same time, he's been into the political world, and we're going to be looking at a number of things with him. Remember, he did tell us that it's possible for you to have a system that is foolproof where you will conduct an election and it will not go beyond 40 shillings per individual to have this. I think the number was 36, if I'm not wrong. But today, we're going to go beyond that, and we'll be asking whether pulpit dialogues can guarantee certain things in the country. That is the message that is coming from the pulpit, able to direct what will be happening, especially amongst young people. Are we going towards the religiosity of it to then insist that from here you can make a decision? If we're saying we're going to reset the country, if we're going to reset the system, does religion have a role to play here? All right. And then at 8 o'clock, Adrian Oloch as well. Okay, let me just do this again because I'm now officially confused. At 8 o'clock, we will have a conversation with Benjamin Omamo, who is the president of the Linda Mwananchi Youth League, and the UDA Gen Z leaders, Omwansa. We're going to be talking about the impact that the Linda Mwananchi team has ahead of 2027. It looks as though pre-elections and grassroots conversations need to be had. From a youth perspective, what is it looking like right now? Okay? So that's what we're going to talk about at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, it's Healthy Friday. This week, we've been told that there's a shortage of contraception. There's a crisis, essentially. So it could be a good thing. It could be a bad thing. Because that could mean that you're going to have a lot of babies in the future. Or it means that things like family planning then have come under threat. Dr. Kireki Omanwa is the president of the Kenya Obstetrical Gynecological Society. He's going to join us at 9 o'clock for that conversation around the contraceptive crisis.
Are you still in the breastfeeding month?
You are not.
Okay.
The babies are.
Okay.
I insist.
Yes, checking.
But there would be no breastfeeding at all if we have this contraceptive crisis.
Yes.
So perhaps we need to have that conversation too in terms of how that's going to lead. It'll be interesting to see that happen with Dr. Kireki. Sawa?
Yes, Sawa.
All right. It's the last day in Mali. All right.
Yes. So, friends, I like shoes. You may have many, but you only walk with the ones that are comfortable. Friends are like shoes. You may have many, but you only walk with the ones that feel comfortable. Come on, how would you interpret it?
Where? Have you ever heard of... No, I'm being nice. Quality over quantity. Yes. That it is not the muchness of things. or people or opportunities or even feelings, whatever it is, not the muchness that matters. It is the usefulness of whatever you have, however little. Simply put.
Binti Mfalme, how would you interpret it?
That's interesting. Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking about my shoes. And I think about the ones that I never wear because they're so damn uncomfortable. Then I also ask myself, so why do you have them in the first place? Because they look nice. But then I think about that in comparison to friends, and you say, actually, you have the ones that you will walk with in comfort are probably the ones that you reach for first. I think, true. Regardless of where they are.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, it's all about function in our lives, you know. So you might find a million friends, but when the rubber meets the road, who exactly do you depend on to pick you up?
Yeah.
You know, even when you're in the wrong, who among your many friends will actually tell you in your face, here you did wrong, you need to do right, you know?
Right.
Rarely do you find such kind of friends. You only have those who would want to clap, even when you're in the wrong. So ask yourself, who is that friend that is comfortable enough around you to help you when you need that help the most?
Well, that you can tell the truth and be told the truth by.
Truth as well.
And are you that kind of a friend to your friends?
Yeah.
Are you useful to them?
Yep.
Whoa, lolo. That's how we are being deep today.
Yes.
Misawa is good.
Deep is good.
Yes, Nduh. Whoa, what's wrong with this thing? Okay, so now the phone has decided. All right, back. All right, let's say good morning to everybody. Tell us where it is that you tuned in from around the country and indeed around the world. And then we can say a very big hello to you as we get into it. Oh, did I say it's Friday? It's Friday.
Friday.
The week is over.
It's a good thing.
And the first week of August, just in case anybody was wondering, is over.
Yeah.
Just thought we'd tell you what the calendar says. Don Sabo says good morning. Good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Aseto, after village elders...
State House earnings, eh?
Okay. After village elders state house earnings, next was security guards. So we expect TikTokers, nannies, wamjengos, makanga, shoe shiners, wapishi, mama...
Boga. Billy Potter.
Alafu. Yeah. So who's next?
Anyone and everyone.
Yeah. It looks like it's going to be a carnival.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I like how the president has chosen to start saying goodbye to various sectors.
Oh, wow.
In his last year in office. It's okay. So let him meet all the people he wishes to. Please go and say goodbye to the outgoing president. Because in less than 52 weeks...
You see that house on the hill?
Yes.
Is our house. Please, let's go visit.
Go visit. Pay a visit. Make your maiden visit.
Yeah, let's go visit. Because what else can you say? It's been a conversation for 4 years now.
Yeah.
Let's just go visit it. Voila.
Yeah.
Kila mtu akona pisi yake. People usually say, Kenya iuzwe kila mtu apewe pisi yake. So you go to State House, take your piece.
Take your piece.
Okay. Shaq Bet says, top of the morning. A very good morning to you. Why are you looking at me?
No.
Peter Chiari, a student this morning from Mombasa, says, hunger is the first element of self-discipline. If you can control what you eat and drink, you can control everything else. Kamanya?
Agreed.
I knew.
Underscore.
I knew.
Bold.
Underline, bold, put an exclamation.
Yes.
I think where you eat as well is very important. Yeah.
Where
you eat.
Not just what.
Not just anywhere. You guys.
Yes.
Food poisoning is a reality.
Well put. That should be a reminder every day, all day.
Tita, they like your quote. Rose Grace says, good morning, tuned in. Said, this State House visit, we wait to see if it will bear fruit. Kenya iko na mambo kweli. Blessed weekend, dear ones. And to you too, mambo kweli.
Well, but the president yesterday said it could be a crime calling this security officers, personnel, guards or watchmen.
Should be called
private security officers.
Private security officers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, when somebody's coming to your house,
and
they say, well, you know what you can do is you can leave it with the watchman, the guard at the gate. Now you must say no.
According
will leave it with the private security officer at the gate.
That's the latest presidential decree.
Yes, you know how before we used to call them class teachers? Now we call them class managers, in case you didn't know.
Okay.
So also now you cannot call them that name anymore.
Yes. No.
You must now refer to them as private security officers. Watchman is so
Officer.
Officer. Watchman is so derogatory. You can't do that anymore.
It's more derogatory than having them sit down on the
and then
grass.
dancing in front of you. Yes. It's more derogatory than that. Okay.
I'm well guided. Thank you.
Thank you. You okay? All right. So let's just, check ourselves. Roger Nyang is tuning from Voi. Good morning to you. Robert Tobogo is tuning from Mombasa. Nashan Gogi says, good morning, Juma Mubarak, Dennis. If we truly want to be like Hong Kong, is it Hong Kong? Not Korea again. Anyway, we should emulate the consequences that face corrupt leaders. Let's walk the talk. Have a blessed weekend, Spice FM. To you too. Kimiyak. Good morning. I heard somewhere that with this cold, someone should check whether Kenya has had one open heart surgery. Anyway, just a polite reminder that nothing good will come out of the Kenya Cancer administration.
Had to end with that.
Of course.
Thank you, Kim.
Of course.
For the reminder.
Heki Manrunda says, good morning. It's a chilly morning here in Mombasa. Kabaridi Kwambali. Mombasa is hot. Okay. I guess the next group to visit State House is us, the Spicers, 87.9 FM. You can try. I don't know. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, Spice FM team. 49.4% disputed their state lenders. That's a coin flip. State tenders, I beg your pardon. That's quite something, actually. Leo says, hello, Princess Nduh, Aseto and Joe. There's a song called Mr. Politician Promises left here in center. Left, right, and center. We're living that song now. Chiefs, laptops, village elders, stipends, guards, more employment. Who's next? Who's next?
That was Nakaya, yeah? From
I don't come
Tanzania.
this. I thought it was Tiwa Savage. You know me, I'm always going west first. I don't come this live to suffer. Hey, if I marry politician, they could call them prostitution.
Column?
Who don't like enjoyment? Market One Joey says, good morning. All set for Spice FM, the Situation Room from Houston, Texas. Have a great weekend, guys. Let's join in the great conversation. Kabisa, let's do it. Wanda says, good morning. She's tuning from Toronto. A very good morning to Nduh, Aseto, and to the man who leaves me speechless. Hey, Joe.
Wanda, comment ça va?
He's even speaking French. You will end under the table, my friend. If you had a time machine, would you fix your past mistakes or see your future? What would you do, Aseto?
See my future.
You would see your future?
Yep.
What would you do?
Oh, that's conflicting because I'm a sum total of my past. And if I'm at my best, I don't think I would want to change that.
So it's a time machine. Would you go past or would you go forward?
Tricky. I think I'll go to the past.
You will go to the past? Okay.
And let the future be. Que sera,
Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera.
They lied. The future is mine to see.
I asked my mother, what will life be? Will I be pretty? Will I be rich? Is what she said to me. Que sera, sera.
You see what you're doing, Wanda? See?
Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Aseto. Que sera,
the future is mine to see. Que sera, they lied.
You hear, Wanda, you hear? All right. Okay. Okay, let's go through it quickly. Very, very, very good morning. We'll always take a moment to sing. We can sing, Cindy. Linda Gola says, hello, it's Friday. Why? Okay, everybody's getting into the room this morning. Where were we? Okay, so Wanda now just... Okay, hello, it's Friday. Yes, Linda, good morning to you. James says, hello, one person that should always tell the naked truth is yourself. Yes. Oh, one person that you should always tell the naked truth is yourself. Good morning, guys, says Erica Ward. Good morning to you. Catherine Yambura says, good morning. Nduh, Joe, and Aseto, please send hugs to the many Kenyans frustrated by E-Team's invoicing. It's been down. So frustrating. Yes, that's been really terrible for a lot of people who have to deal with that. Sylvia Lego says, good morning, my loves, Nduh, Aseto and Joe. Happy to see you all looking amazing as always. Blessed weekend, and thank you very much. Bwangi Juma's tuned in this morning, Spice FM. How are you all this Friday? To all State House invitees, remember, Masada haina receipt. What's Masada?
Should be Msada.
Oh, Msada. Is what?
I think you meant, but they mean handout.
Oh, okay. Isakale says, good morning. I have an idea, guys. How about we occupy State House? Shh, don't say things like that in there. I mean, we go like guests from Kanuke to Pange to Sipange.
Told you. It's our house. Let's go visit.
Or you just want to go and see how things are going on in your house?
No, I don't want to go.
You don't want?
No.
Okay.
And to go see how my money has been spent. New lash green, carpets, terrazzo here and there.
I want to vote. I want to go to the ballot.
You want to go, but through other means.
Yes.
Cool.
Sajo. Babu Kanja says, good morning. Ruto must go now. He's unstoppable. Wow, okay. Yesterday, Tawe slogan slapped him at State House. That was crazy. First of all, did he mean to do that? Or was it intentional? Knowing very well that the camera was on him.
Have you not taught us that from the abundance of the heart,
the mouth speaketh?
The mouth speaketh.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. Abdi Rizakali says, it's the last day of the week. Let's get it. Absolutely. Good morning. Great weekend. We welcome Sifuna today in Busia, Nambale, and Butula. This is Paul Olaka and says, watchmen were given new names. Yes, kabisa. Mtuflani says, good morning all. Nduh, see you later. Watu kwa studio, a thermos of the Nigerian Uji Wanje. I will do that.
Yes,
Akamu.
please.
I told you it's called Akamu.
Yes, please.
Akamu.
Please make sure.
I bring very smooth.
Can we have it on the 11th of August? Just to mark the crucial countdown. It's next week.
You're like a dog with a bone with this thing, aren't you? Why Remo? It's tuned in. It says, greetings all from the San Francisco Bay Area, Ecotune. She said the word is one time. Okay. Clive says, good morning all. With all the promises this government has made, it seems they live by the principle it's the thought that counts. Wonder, Nduh people are still messing up your name. I'm telling you. The one I saw yesterday was Nduh. Ndeio. I don't even understand.
Nduh is yes.
Somebody even put an S. And I was like, where from? It's like, people get confused. I don't know how to pronounce this, so let me just put things inside to make it sound like it could be the thing. Yes, imagine. Look, if you can say Tchaikovsky, you can say Nduh. Abi? Yes. Also, if the president invited you and other journalists to State House, do you think you'd go? It would depend on what my schedule looked like on that day. If I could squeeze a moment in, perhaps. Aseto says he's going. Joe says he's not going. Eric Nganga says, good morning, Spices. State House has become an accessible one. Even passerbys can go pee and go on with their business. Wow. Okay. Henry Acceptor says, good morning, family. We are headed to that place where prophets of old prophesied about, and they're going to be espoused. Yes. Mark Majohi says, I would like to go to State House to pick the president's brain about Niccolo Machiavelli. Raimtula Omar says, good morning from Nairobi. Why were security guards put to sit on the floor? Imagine, put to sit on the floor, but you've said that the name you call them watchmen is degrading. But,
they didn't know the numbers would be that.
Yes, they did. Nick Bala says, good morning. Have you realized that whatever your wardrobe collection, there's one cloth that you just put on at least once a week? Is it? Seth Okumu's tuned in this morning. Now all Kenyans called for a mega rally in State House. It's about to go down. A very good morning to you, Beja. Good morning. Frank Clinton Ongeri. Good morning as well. Are we going the Qatari way? Security prisons are now called private officers. Mutuflani, good morning to you. Class teachers teach students. What do class managers do to students? They manage them. All the aspects of education in class is now why they're called managers. D Combo, good morning. We see you. Martin Bernard says, good morning, Spice. When are morticians visiting State House? Touche. Daniel Churu says, good morning, blessed Spice family. Wishing all Kenyans and Africans blessed and fruitful lives. Jennifer Ateni says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. And the man who leaves Wanda speechless. Good morning, Jennifer. Ken John Newton says, good morning, watching you guys from Kirinyaga like the Mafisi Coalition. Wow. Wakama says, good morning, Spice. Kama Kawaida watching from Dublin. Yay! Keep up that subtle sarcasm. Animal Farm has nothing on Kenya. Mutadu Nini. Mutadu nothing. Bitter Herb says, good morning. The president is behind news. We no longer call them watchmen. We call them soldiers. All right. If I didn't get to you, I apologize. We love you all. And if you're coming into the room after this, just accept our greetings and karibu sana as we get into these conversations for the day. Thank you very much for being here this morning. We get into the headlines in just a bit. Good morning at 25 to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
Mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 12. We'll see a high of 23, and it is 12 and partly cloudy. Looking into Eldoret and into Nakuru, 15 degrees and cloudy. It's also 15 and mostly cloudy. Looking into Nyeri, it's 18 in Kisumu this morning, clear skies, and 16 and partly cloudy. Then into Kakamega. Mombasa, 21 is sunny, and we're seeing sunny conditions at 24 in Malindi. 17 and sunny into Marsabit, and crossing over into Kampala, clear skies at 18, and Dar es Salaam is partly sunny at 21. 9 degrees and clear into Johannesburg, while Lagos is cloudy at 25. Clear skies into London at 13, and out into Beijing, a hot afternoon on Friday already at 35. And Thursday night in New York is still warm at 28. Coming into Friday, we'll see a high of an even warmer 32 and a low of 25.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spices, everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, we're getting into Friday proper. Let's take a quick look at what's happening on the roads. Are we going to see much traffic? Probably not. A lot of outbound traffic. As usually happens for some reason, the first weekend of the month, people are heading out of the city at the weekend. There's very little traffic on the Thika Superhighway coming through towards the Pangani underpass. And apart from that, really nothing else is pecking. But we'll keep an eye on all of this and see what it does as we come into the day proper. Let's talk and keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
As the sun rises, so do we, as we trust it to rise and set without any worries interrupting your day. StarTime's home solar solution with solar panels, hybrid inverter, and lithium battery. Powering your prosperity and happier life. Empowering you to do the things that really matter. A complete and reliable home solar solution. Call us today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we continue our conversations this morning. Let's start off by looking into the headlines and what is making news this morning on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Even before we look at the big picture in the middle, I want to look at the top headline. A month later, OCS in attempted murder case is still walking free. Surprise? No. A month after former KICC OCS Agnes Danu was linked to the brutal attack that left her partner Nicolo Mundi paralyzed, the senior police officer remains free, fueling outrage and accusations of selective justice. I don't know what else you can call it. I mean, that's the headline. We'll look into that story. Want to look into that specifically. But then let's look at the big story then now on the front page of the Standard, and that's degrees of debt. The president is wearing that outfit for graduation and the cap for masters. In this, I think it's a doctorate in this case. More than 200,000 students, I believe the number is 294,000, who are going to join university next month, face the prospect of graduating with crippling debt under a controversial government plan to abolish undergraduate scholarships, and replace them with loans carrying a steep 12% interest rate. The proposal, which could leave some graduates owing more than 4.2 million shillings, has sparked fears that higher education will become a debt trap, with MPs questioning its sustainability as thousands of graduates continue to struggle to find jobs years after leaving university. I have not eaten this morning, so it's not possible for me to get acid reflux. So I am just going to take it slowly. Stark numbers. Let me tell you what the numbers are. 4.2 million is probably what the debt of a medical student could graduate with. Upkeep loans further increase total indebtedness. 7% is the number of graduates who secured jobs within the first year. 7%. Graduates, those are the ones who secured jobs after the first year. first year, as in the time the year comes to an end after they have graduated, only 7% of graduates can actually secure jobs.
So if the number is 200,000, you're talking of 14.
Yes.
1,000.
14,000
out of
200,000. 14,000 has been the practice is who gets jobs after the first year. There's a shift from grants to loans. Undergraduate scholarships have been scrapped. University education funded mainly through loans. Access at risk, fear of debt may deter poor students. Equity in higher education could decline. I mean, that's a no-brainer. True. Just think about it. People are thinking, how am I going to pay this thing if I'm already living in a poor situation? I do not know what the future holds. Will I take the loan? Probably not.
And not just that, even after taking the loan, you're not guaranteed of opportunities.
Absolutely. You already know. You don't know whether you're going to fall in the 7%.
Because if 186,000 will not secure employment in the first year,
how do you guarantee that in which set you'll be in?
And you look at the 4.2, you're talking of debt. But look at the family investment. Even you as a young person, you've put in 4, 5, 6 years of study, and still it is an exercise in futility. And we wonder why the uptake for higher learning is going so low.
Just think about, we're talking about if this only was a loan, assuming now someone has children that are close by and you have 4, say, in campus, what are you telling that family?
You're sunk. 12% is the new help interest rate, an increase of 8% from 4%. My God, that's not even it's a 300% increase. We've gone from 4% to 12. It's 200%. 200% increase. We've gone to 12%, where help payback used to be at 4%. Okay. 5 years graduates take to find work. That after 5 years, actuaries have told us that if you want to look at the numbers, it takes about 5 years for you to find work. Now, is this the best decision that could have been taken?
Definitely not.
We're going to have to talk about this because remember that at the end of this month is when the new students are going to go back, are going to enter into to university. And we also need to remember that there are those who were first years last year, they are now second years. Before that, there were those who were second years, they are now third years. Before that, there were those who were third years, they are now fourth years. Before that, there were those who were fourth years, they are now fifth years in particular courses. And then you're just moving on and on. What happens to those who had already, get this, those who had taken help loans, for example, for essentially what you're saying, for all intents and purposes, help has been scrapped. You projected, because some people actually plan, you projected with the payback of that 4%. Now you're being told you need more for this year. We can give you, but you're going to pay it at 12%. Hey, I told you what? Now, a report has said Kisumu, Nairobi, among worst in use of funds. Parliamentary Budget Office names Turkana the best in adherence to fiscal responsibility. Turkana, the way you've been operating with your money.
The best.
Yes.
And the worst is Kisumu and
Nairobi. 12 counties scored D overall, while 7 get an A on development spending. Turkana's the best, and in this year, Kisumu was ranked the worst, followed at the bottom by Kakamega, Busia, Bomet, Nairobi, and Bungoma. What is with the B counties? Busia, Bomet, Baringo, Ninini?
Wait.
Yes?
Who's the governor of Kisumu?
Anyang' Nyong'o.
Isn't he the prime consultant for Vision 2060?
He is.
Yes, he is.
And yet he's the worst performing governor, according to this
report.
According to the report,
Okay, the Kenya we live in.
Yeah. So,
how is Wajir doing so well?
Wajir?
Yeah.
Wajir as well has been listed there.
It's number 2, 3. It's doing very well.
Very well.
Apparently, the drought,
number 3.
people drinking dirty water, lack of medical care is something to... I wonder what scale they used.
I would really like to know what the survey metrics
there are 7
were.
of them.
Yeah.
Including budget implementation efficiency, development expenditure, on-source revenue performance, expenditure on wages and benefits, pending obligations or pending bills, county assembly expenditure ceilings, and audit outcomes.
Okay.
But are we having that conversation as well with the fact that there is always delayed disbursements from the national government to the counties, and how that then affects the absorption of these funds?
No.
Okay.
Done.
Those are not important.
Those are not important.
Those are not important.
So, okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Even service delivery is not important.
No, it's just, look, how did you... You're not asking the other questions.
Because then one would ask the question, how do we rate national government's performance or the ministry's performance when it comes to disbursement of funds to the counties? Because that then would determine how you rank the counties when it comes to spending these funds.
Yep.
Methinks.
Okay. While that's happening, governors have decided that they're going to punish striking workers. First of all, we don't pay you. We don't agree to what we said we were going to agree to. Then now when you go on strike, because we have not done what we said we were going to do, we now just want to punish you by even giving you the sack. Sour. See, it sounds good. That's what they've said. Why are you looking at me? It's not me. They're the ones who have said. They said they've warned that the counties will take action against striking health workers. The Council of Governors Chairman Ahmed Abdullahi said yesterday, interestingly, he's one of the counties that...
The guy from Wajir.
He's the chair, actually.
Yes, he's the chair of the Council of Governors. He said the ongoing nurses' strike was illegal, adding that... But you know what's really illegal here? It's illegal for you to enter into an agreement with me and then not keep your side of the bargain. That's illegal.
It's illegal.
But I'm just, still on page 2.
Didn't we just have an award for governors the other day? Yeah, they were
somebody
the best. Some organization somewhere.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and I think Kiambu County was number 2 or 3. 3. Natembea was number 2. Who was number 1?
Number 1 was Muranga.
Muranga.
Yes.
So now, according to this, Kiambu is number 23.
Yeah.
And Muranga is number what? Where is Muranga? You can't even trace it.
That's what we're saying. It depends on who's doing it.
Muranga is number 33.
When a club does their criteria.
Even me today, somebody can tell me.
Nairobi is performing well. So everywhere is a construction site.
Okay. While that's happening, Senate has decided, excuse me, these 80 billion shillings that you guys have said you want to use to do Nairobi, stop it. They said, in fact, don't just stop it, cancel it, kabisa. Just stop wasting our time. Because things were supposed to happen, guys.
You called it.
I said it. When you people started shouting, you put Dr. Sodor, you put Mudavadi, you put them now on a panel and say 80 billion, want to fix Nairobi. Nairobi water will be clean, you'll be drinking from the river. There'll be lights everywhere as though it was a runway. Garbage will be collected. It's going to be beautiful. How far? Okay. Now, Senate says, stop it. Stop it. Just stop it. Leave us alone. I don't know where Senate was before, but it's okay. They've come out today to say hatutaki.
Ni pesa ngapi imetumika so far?
Unauliza maswali ngumu
nataka kujua.
Imeisha.
And you know all of that is just page 2. And if I go to page 3, a report has revealed another report that devolution, progress, and gaps governors should cover. They don't know. So the report has had to be done.
Of improvement.
Where you're supposed to be doing certain things.
No. Why are you painting it to do some certain things? Where watu wako wanakunywa maji chafu, tengeneza maji. Where Nairobi inanuka choo. Safisha. That's exactly what the report says.
No, Nairobi tuko na panel.
I know we're only on page 3.
Unatupeleka nyumba bwana.
I have a horrendous story. It's about these governors.
Can I allow, just let me even get to page 5.
Okay.
Funding plan to drown students in debt. Who is protecting former OCS Nduh from prosecution? There's somebody who is paralyzed, because her girlfriend,
her partner.
Sorry. Oh, we are being politically correct. Her partner allegedly tossed her off a building, and nobody's asking those questions. Ruto boosts capacity of village elders as 2027 elections beckon. Yes, he does. Opposition rifts revive fears of 1992 divisions. Okay. Rigathi Gachagua has told Justin Muturi, go and tell these people if they want to join us, there are certain things that they must do.
Fungeni chama.
So those are some of the things that we're looking at, and I know that you want to go with this story of yours, but sasa mimi I've stopped. Maliza for now. Get yourself a copy of the Standard or Standard e-paper, www.standardmedia.co.ke, because what? We don't even have the time.
Kamanya, angalia Daily Nation.
Well, the best and worst governors. It's the same story, same crappy story, if you ask me. He says, the scorecard, that the Parliamentary Budget Office has ranked county governments after evaluating their performance against the County Fiscal Performance Measurement Index. Most counties are performing moderately, with only a few demonstrating very good performance. Same thing you're talking about. You wonder what metric they are using, because you have different outcomes and different ranking of the same counties. But I think much as they are focusing on fiscal expenditure, in my opinion, the focus should be on service delivery and the consumer report, because we are the consumers of this governance. Page 2 talks about an Indian house crows that have invaded Nairobi. You see this, what do you call them? This type of a bird.
It's a raven.
It's a raven. It's a family of the raven, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, they say to have invaded Nairobi. That it was a trader at Bama Market who first noticed them. They were birds that did not belong. They are loud, dark, and unfamiliar. They worked the stalls the way pigeons work a park bench. He chased them off and did not think much of them. Then someone took a photo, and that photograph landed on the desk of a conservationist who had been dreading this moment for years. I think they're highly found at the coast. And I remember in Malindi, they're doing some control because they breed very fast. But they are not a public health.
Remember, they came from India.
Oh.
On a ship.
Okay. Maybe we can ship them back. So Embu tops the inaugural county fiscal index as Nairobi ranks among poorest performers. Around page 4. Story continues. The same story. Security firms, police to join hands in crime war. Well, back to the playbook. There's a very interesting story on page 7 of the Daily Nation. He says elections, provincial administrations has long been criticized for being used as a government tool for political control. It is saying that President Ruto has revived Moi-era grassroots machinery. And I'll have you know, this provincial administration was meant to expire with a new constitution after some years, but it's the Kenya we're living in. Cash crunch derails school feeding for 46,000 learners. That on page 8 of the Daily Nation. Please grab yourself a copy for more stories. I still have a story after this.
Okay, sasa tuingie Nairobi. Wycliffe Oparanya says, why I am not chasing the DP seat yet. That has been expounded in page 13. And staying in the cold, why wealthy men's bodies lie in the morgues, because there is a fight on wealth, who deserves to own the property after the one dies. Now, Gianni's problems must amount as Wenger now turns on FIFA boss. Many are saying Gianni Infantino must go. Why? Because he said that he wants to sell some of shares to private investors, FIFA shares, and many are saying, no, you can't do that, including UEFA, who have warned that they would not even recognize FIFA moving forward.
So he'll be the first one-term FIFA president.
That too is a reality and a possibility. So let's just see how that term will be. Yes. Now, Fali's secret life. Fali here is Fali Pupa.
Fali Pupa.
Yes.
Sorry.
Wait. So woman sex chat shock. Now go. What is he calling for? Mayday. Original. So, from fame to fear, Australian-based charity founder Colette Uza alleges years of manipulation, explicit online exchanges, broken promises, blackmail, threats, and intimidation that she says have left her family living in fear as the Congolese superstar remains silent on the claims. Let me tell you, Mayday. Mambo imechemuka. Let's see how that will play. Now, Victoria Mutiso, divorce, property row, and double murder. A bitter divorce, a multi-million shilling property war, and years of courtroom battles. Now, 2 people are dead, 1 lawyer and 1 psychologist as detectives probe whether a family feud turned into a deadly vendetta. Yesterday was Rick Mass for Daktari, and the husband spoke, and that just explained the kind of person he is. Speaking of how forgiveness is important, how he lived with the wife, the daughter as well speaking, they worked together. She's equally a psychologist, and describing the day as she was expecting the mom, but never showed up. Really, really moving there. Now, Majimoto, the spring where ma culture and nature meet. Inside Narok's later hills, a warm spring carries ancient Maasai stories, geological mysteries, and a painful and dispute revealing a community struggling to protect nature, heritage, and identity. One asks the question, the Maasai are known for protecting the environment, talk about the Masai Mara, and one asks the question, when it's being destroyed, who takes responsibility? Because majority of those who destroy this environment is everybody who is not Maasai.
Yeah.
Story.
Yeah, I want to depress you.
No, but I want to tell Marion something, Kwanzaa.
Okay.
It's on the Star. Kenyans still battle gonorrhea and syphilis in 2030, as in it will still come, according to the World Health Organization. Should I say it?
Okay, say it.
If you cannot protect yourself, don't engage in risque behavior. Please, just stop it. It's so 1995. Stop it.
Okay.
Carry on.
Well, if you must enjoy yourself,
Hey.
Stop it for heaven's sake.
Or leave it alone. It's annoying.
Oga, bro. Majibaridi na ulale.
No.
Now.
Yes? You want to make who mad?
Everybody.
You know who the gods want to destroy? They first make mad.
There's a video. there's an amateur video going around of a woman who gave birth by the roadside, 50 meters away from a health center. This is somewhere in Kahawindani. Apparently, this lady, she was in labor. So just few minutes before she gave birth, she managed to walk to this health facility. But the person they found told them, we don't do maternity services, so go elsewhere. She was not inspected or attended to in any manner. So in her effort to try and walk somewhere for help, just like 50 meters from the facility, she gave birth by the roadside. This is in the wee hours of the night. Some well-wishers found her. They even tried to call the husband, who was on duty somewhere working.
As a private security officer.
Newly crowned. Now, I beg to ask, as we do all these government, county government ranking, the health of the CS, the PSCs, they come out and tell us that the health care is in order. That's why I was talking about the consumer report of all these leadership and governance services. Because this day and age, today I want to thank the MCA of Kahawindani for allowing a constituent to give birth by the roadside. I also want to thank the governor. Kahawindani is in Kiambu. Yes. The governor, One Kimani Wamatangi. As you build hospitals and ECDs, your people are giving birth by the roadside. I also want to call about the regulators of the hospitals. In my opinion, this facility must be checked for negligence, neglect of duty. Because I believe the bare minimum, you could even have called an ambulance.
Secure her in the place and then call somebody who has the requisite whatever to now help her out. For God's sake.
For heavenly sake. I also want to call about all these, the associations and the union of professionals. Because the person was captured on video, telling them to go out. I cannot help. Even when the well-wishers, when they are pleading for gloves to go and help her, he was equally rude. I think the practitioner also need to be subjected whether there was any negligence and misconduct. The one CS health, you have no reason to resign. This is one reason why you should resign. We should not be having mothers giving birth by the roadside at night, irregardless. It does not matter. You bear the duty of service provision. And finally, my outgoing president, William Ruto, as you host people at State House, this is what the reality of the Kenyans are having. Kids being born by the roadside. That woman had to release her placenta inside a car as guys were trying to ferry her to a place where she could safely be handled. I am livid, quite distraught. This is a big shame to our nation.
I don't have anything to say.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembur. 27 counties have come under criticism from the Senate for failing to allocate enough funds to development projects during the 2024-2025 financial year. Speaking at the county fiscal performance measurement ceremony at the National Assembly, Senate Speaker Amason Kingi said some county governments had prioritized precurrent expenditure at the expense of development and service delivery. He emphasized that county funds must be used in accordance with the law. According to the report, Nairobi County under Governor Johnson Sakaja recorded the highest development spending, followed by Turkana. Mandera, Kwale, Narok, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kitui and Wajir were also among the counties that exceeded the recommended 5% budget allocation for development.
Every shilling allocated to county governments must be applied prudently, lawfully and for the benefit of our people. The Senate will therefore remain steadfast in exercising vigilant oversight through all its committees, particularly the County Public Account Committee.
The report further shows that many counties continue to struggle with local revenue collection, leaving them heavily dependent on allocations from the national government. NTSA could lose its accident investigation mandate if the National Transport Safety Board 2026 is passed by Parliament. The proposed law seeks to establish a National Transport Safety Board to investigate road, rail, air and marine accidents. Limuru MP John Kirago, who sponsored the bill, said Kenya needs an independent body to determine the causes of transport accidents and recommend measures to prevent similar incidents in the future. However, Eldas MP Adan Kinan has opposed the proposal, arguing that it will create another institution with responsibilities that overlap with those of NTSA. The National Assembly's Budget Committee has agreed that views from key stakeholders should be sought before the bill proceeds for debate in Parliament. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has praised the Special Operations Group for its role in combating banditry and terrorism, saying its operations have helped improve security in the Kerio Valley and other affected areas. Speaking during the graduation of 122 officers in Samburu County, Murkomen said joint security operations have recovered more than 2,000 firearms and 15,000 rounds of ammunition. He urged the officers to serve with professionalism and discipline.
Recently I was in Samburu here, Isiolo. When you go to Turkana, you go to West Pokot, you go to Elgeyo Marakwet County, Marsabit, all those areas, everywhere I go they say add us more SOG. Thanks to you that once again women and children are living in their houses and their homes in most parts of Kerio Valley. Places in Baringo that were either do not occupied anymore, now people are in their homes. People are farming, children are back to school, and people are confidently mingling and interacting at the border of Elgeyo Marakwet and Baringo in Tiati constituency, between Kolowa and Tot. People are crossing day up to night. People are walking across communities that never used to see themselves eye to eye.
To Matters Politics Public Service CS Geoffrey Roko has urged DP Party Leader Justin Muturi, PNU's Peter Munya and Devolution Empowerment Party Leader Lenny Kivoti to work with Deputy President Kithure Kindiki to strengthen the Mount Kenya East region's influence in government. Speaking in Chuka, Tharaka County and Kiritiri in Ambu County, Roko said the leaders should embrace the region's new political direction instead of distancing themselves from it. Said the current political landscape has limited their influence within their existing alliances, adding that working with Kindiki would help accelerate development and enhance the region's view in the national government.
Wewe Njembi Muturi, wewe Munya, wewe Rene Kevuti, kunja pande ya Mount Kenya East tufanye kazi pamoja. Kunja mkae chini na Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Profesa Kithure Kindiki hako tayari. He is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Na yuko tayari kufanya kazi na nyinyi. Wacheni kuenda kwa kona ya utapeli ya watu, ya mtu ambaye ako na madharau. Vile alitukana William Ruto, vile alitukana Profesa Kithure Kindiki, ndivyo hata nyinyi atawatukana kila siku.
And the Media Council of Kenya has warned politicians against using media houses as safe havens to evade law enforcement, saying newsrooms must remain neutral spaces dedicated to journalism. In a statement, MCK CEO David Omoyo said media organizations are independent platforms for public discourse and should not be used as hideouts by public figures facing legal action. The council cautioned that such actions could compromise editorial independence, endanger journalists, and create the perception that media houses are involved in political disputes. MCK urged political leaders to respect the independence of the media, especially as the country prepares for the 2027 general election. And that's the news where I'm Sheila Tembur.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there because he keep on telling us that these experts you came from Dubai and he found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, very good morning to you and into the Situation Room this morning. Thank you for being here. We're going to get into a conversation this morning on a number of things. And when we're talking about a reset to the nation, if it's necessary that one be had, that we see a lot of conversations coming out. And today we're asking ourselves about whether those messages that are coming from the pulpit will sway the young population in one way or another. Beyond the pulpit, can pulpit-led dialogue guarantee youth engagement? Bishop John C.W. is here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you doing?
Very well. How are you?
I almost thought we divorced with SpiceFM.
I didn't understand. We looked there, but then it would appear as though you were engaged. Engaged quite, in the sense of being made busy.
I've been doing exams, by the way. So my last paper is actually today at 8:30. Can you imagine?
No way.
Yes way. But who turns down a SpiceFM offer?
There you go.
Especially because of the fact that you are doing a great job in making sure that the right information reaches our people.
Asante.
So that's why I'm here.
Asante.
And all the best in your paper today.
Thank you.
And I guess through this conversation, some of the things that you've been up to will also come through as we talk about this. So karibu, and thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis this week has taken us to Mali. We'd love to get your interpretation of today's proverb.
Good Lord.
Yes. Yes, the Lord is good. But the proverb says, friends are like shoes. You may have many, but you only walk with the ones that feel comfortable.
Well, I think from that, my own analogy simply means that the size of the shoe, you can have as many shoes being sold on the, the shelf, but it's only the ones that fit you that will be able to be relevant with you. So make sure that you're not out of that, out of that fit of what you are able to manage. So just have people that can be able to fit you, people that you can be able to relate with. Especially in our generation right now, you have someone, motivational speakers trying to tell you, no, do ABCD, do ABCD. But what really matters is the current place you are in. Are you able to manage where you are as you are growing to where you need to be?
Yeah. Well said.
Indeed. Do you think Kenya needs a reset?
I don't think I need to think. I think it's just to see. Just by, even without applying your brain, if you just apply your eyesight by looking at what you just see, Kenya needs a total overhaul, total reset.
What are the things that you see that would then make you come to that conclusion?
How politics is being played, how people are dividing. Apparently now it matters where you are born, it matters where you are coming from, it matters your religion, it matters how much money you are making, it matters your circle. So you can clearly see that, especially right now, the motive is totally different, where people are gearing. I mean, you have seen a whole CS trying to make claims that the mountain should divide, this place should divide, that place should divide. And I was actually thinking the other day, if these same people are in opposition, let's assume, would this be the conversation? If those same people are in opposition, would this be a conversation? Because you remember when the government was in opposition, automatically picketing was okay. But when the government is in power, picketing is wrong, right? So I just think the whole situation, looking at the way the selfishness of politicians trying to divide a group of young people, and now we are dealing with the biggest number of young people who are Gen Zs, not having the the experience to know how this thing began and what it does, the kind of damages it brings to a nation. So they are very naive and ignorant. So when you see a bunch of elderly people trying to put a perspective in the minds of young people that are not yet able to maturely make specific decisions maturely, then you can clearly see that it's a selfish reason. So totally uncalled for.
Well, Bishop, uncalled for indeed. However, this is an outcome that we, over time, have created as a country.
Right.
We have continuously defined how we want to run our politics. And now you realize, perhaps, albeit too late, that we have left that responsibility of those very influential decisions on who runs our country to some very selfish people, as you rightly put it. But if we need a reset, maybe we need to begin from that point of reckoning and agreeing that, yes, somewhere along the way, we lost course. For a long time, as a man of faith, I think you'd agree with me, there was a relationship between the church and the state.
Yeah.
And each has had their own position in society. In the last general election, the church, or the platform, the podium, was used as a major campaign platform, to the extent that I've had some men of cloth, if I may call them so, saying that they are going to repeal the prayers they prayed for the president to win because they feel they misled. Those are their own individual opinions. But largely I'm looking at our social instruments. The church is one, education system and many others exist. We have politicized them highly. So much so that now the public is crying, but the same people are the ones, when there is a crisis, you will see like now the president will summon the clergy. There will be a prayer day. But that does not translate to service delivery. That does not change the country that we want to see. So how do we start this reset How do we start assuming our usual position, whether it is the church, whether it's at school, whether it is the business people, whether it is politicians, everybody to take charge of where they belong for us to actualize this resetting?
Well, I don't want you to assume because I'm a pastor, we should only limit this conversation to the pulpit.
Right.
I have gone to school like everyone else, gone to campus like most of the people, and I did not study theology only. I studied leadership and governance.
Right.
And I knew that when you hear the word pastor, the first thing that comes to your mind is, let's pray. I remember the time that in 2022, if you ask an average pastor, what's the meaning of the word GDP? Not necessarily what's the G for, what's the D for, and what's P for. I guarantee you like 70-80% of them would not be able to tell you the meaning. Leave alone what 34% of Kenya finances of Kenya come from, such kind of things. And so because of that, we tend to experience a certain delay, either in expression of good governance as far as the pulpit is concerned. For example, take the case study of the unfortunate situation that happened a while back. Was it Utumishi Girls, the school that burned?
Yes.
You can imagine after the school has burnt, the first thing someone is telling you, let's pray. But in my view, I'm thinking, we have a brain. A Christian has a brain just like a businessman, an engineer, and everyone. What would have been the best option? Fine, prayer, we have prayed. But if we would have installed, just like here, I'm assuming in fire would begin here, you already have the fire smoke detectors. So when you put a smoke detector, we would not need to pray such prayers for the bereaved families.
Right.
You get? So prayer then becomes a fallback plan out of courtesy of ignorance, not necessarily to express wisdom. So in that view, if you keep looking at, historically speaking, the kind of things that have happened, and by the way, there is in no way we are apologizing in the fact that I'm a pastor and I'm interested in leadership of this nation. In fact, the church should spearhead good governance. All through the scriptures, you have seen prophets fighting for good governance. Anytime someone would rise and try to destroy, like Haman in the Bible, trying to destroy the Israelites, Esther was the person negotiating, and it was an issue of policy. The fact that she prayed for they prayed and fasted for 3 days, she had an opportunity to go and meet the king and to discuss a policy that was set in terms of wanting to kill the children of Israel. So it was a policy issue. So after prayer, she had to go sit down with the policy maker, discuss the problem on ground, and see how she can avert the problem. It has happened in the days of Moses. It has happened. Political platforms have been there. The problem with this notion of politics is how it has been run previously, as I answer your question.
Right.
The word politics comes from a very simple word, which is the word politicos. The act of deciding a matter on behalf of people. Correct. That's the meaning of the word politics. It is not a dirty game. It has been made dirty. But just like your cloth, if your cloth is dirty today, you don't throw it in the dustbin. You take soap and you clean it. So the church should have the soap to be able to clean the kind of leadership that is happening. Lastly, on that point you have said, in reflection of the situation and where should we begin and all those kind of things, we need to reflect back. I personally run a school. I have my own school, Zilomon Group of Schools. And one of the subjects that we teach them, if I bring you a 4-year-old child here, I think it's actually one of the videos is on my platform, he will tell you the Constitution of Kenya, Article 1 to Article 10. A 5-year-old kid. So we are beginning to reshape it. Why? Because part of the thing sometimes, remember, when the children of Israel could not hearken to the word of God, what did God do? He allowed that whole generation to die. So sometimes, in my view, politically speaking, there is a certain generation of elderly people that they have rejected to free the nation. You should just allow these people to die. When I mean die, I don't mean necessarily physical death, to totally leave the scene, so that a new set of breed can be able to come in that thinks different, talks different, walks different, and reasons different towards making of a generation.
Are we ready for that as we head to the ballot in a year's time?
We are never ready. We are made to be ready. You can never really claim that the proof of being ready is the willingness of the people. Do you remember Michuki? People are not ready for seatbelts,
yes.
but because a law was enforced, I mean, the nation had to look in that line. I mean, when you talk about yellow buses, people are not ready for yellow buses. So many people complain, but today, if you think about it, if you see a bus misbehaving on the road, it's easier for you to identify that this is a school bus. So I just think that some things is not just whether people are willing or not, is what are the morals that can be implanted at this particular time that can push people to begin to think and reason in that particular manner.
Bishop, where we find ourselves today as a country is pretty much the same script that was used in 2022 being applied just differently. Because many have said the government that we have today is there predominantly because the clergy was used as a campaign material. And we see the same being applied today, where you see members of the clergy being invited in State House. That notwithstanding, you equally have to read how the members of the clergy have lived through this entire period and ask the question, have we not learned the lessons on which side we ought to be, or rather how we shape the political discourse? Because when you look at attacks happening in churches, you look at what happened in All Saints Cathedral, what happened in Nyeri the other day, one asks the question, how then does the clergy organize themselves to be agenda setters as political decisions are being made?
Again, and thank you very much for that question. I think that the clergy must be nationally informed. I started about GDP and such kind of things. Pastor, remember, your people are taxpayers. As much as they are citizens of heaven, they are citizens of Kenya. So bad governance will eventually affect the church. The last time I was here, I spoke about Corona. Corona was a global pandemic, right? As anointed as we were, we ended up sitting, was it 1 meter? The sitting arrangement?
Social distancing.
Exactly. That's the same thing with bad governance. When we have bad governance, it will affect every industry, including the religious sector. Apparently, I don't like the way we as pastors tend to reason as far as the need of the nation is concerned. We always look at it from a point of, and again, I understand that we have different perspectives, but at least we should all look at where Kenya is standing right now and not focus on who you love, but where Kenya ought to be. 60 years plus of independence. So in that particular point of view, sometimes I look at the way the gospel was handed down to us was really weakened. Because if you really look at scriptures, for example, Proverbs says that people rejoice when the righteous are in authority and people mourn when the wicked rule. It's a scripture in the Bible. Then you hear a Christian telling you should not be involved in politics. Yet it's a political statement. Yet all through the Bible, we have political leaders, Joseph, Moses, people that literally changed the direction of a whole generation.
Esther,
think about all those kind of people. And all this, throughout all these platforms, Elijah was used to see how he can be able to negotiate to make sure that good governance is experienced. I think that at the end of the day, we offer prayer as the only solution, yet the Bible is not a book about prayer. The Bible is a book about a king, not a religious person. And this is why you can find God using a Muslim, using a Hindu, because we all, when it comes to a king, his will and his motive is the reason. So if a Christian is not on ground, it doesn't mean the will of God will not come through. God's will come through despite who's not ready about it. So the way we prepare the church for the dealing of the nation, that's where what is wrong comes in. Because let me ask you a question.
Right.
Have you ever seen a pastor being given an opportunity to discuss the GDP of the nation?
Never.
But they will do all their shenanigans, and then the only thing we need to do is to pray for our leaders. As if they prayed to do what they are doing. They stole to do what they are doing. They did something. So we need to raise a group of young believers, or rather pastors that have an economic point of view, to understand. This is why I went to school, to study leadership and governance, not theology only. I wanted to understand what is governance, what is leadership, what roles do these things play into the economy of the nation. Can you imagine right now? I have a track. Yesterday I had a live at my platform, and I have this roadshow track. And then I just put it online and I said, if I give you this, what would you use it for? 90% of them were telling me crusade. Why? Because that's the way it has been phrased in our minds, that the much we can do is to stand somewhere and talk. We have not taught our people, you can treat people and show God. You can do economics and show God. The platform of manifesting the kingdom of God is that place on Sunday that is lifted. So we have a bunch of people that are growing thinking that the church's only purpose is to pray. And this is why you notice when a pastor is called to State House, after they have discussed economic issues, then when it's time to pray for food, that's when they will say, we have Bishop here. We have Bishop here. But we have Apostle here. Please pray for our food.
But they are proud to do that, leadership. Bishop. But they are proud to. That's how they position
that's the way. It's not them. It's we. That's how we have positioned the church. But I'm telling you, the narrative is changing.
It's changing.
We have a group of young people that are radicalists, economic radicalists, people that understand that apart from just praying, we will position our people and transform our nation.
Now, Bishop, you as a student of governance and leadership, good governance, we as the citizens cannot just be the consumers. We must be the co-creators of that good governance. Today, we are entering into the season of campaign. Today is what date? Date 7. So in a record 52 weeks and 3 days, we go to the ballot. Those are 368 days. From this coming Sunday, the pulpit, again, will be used, in my opinion, as an extortion platform. Because you dare declare that you're vying for a position. Everybody in your local area, and mostly now the church, they'll be inviting you for events, for fundraisers, things they would not have done otherwise if you are not vying. So we find ourselves commercializing now this event, and we lose on the agenda setting. Because in my opinion, the church is one of the organs or institutions that understands our societal issues. Because you deal with a myriad of people, you're able to understand the challenges the society is facing today. Can we begin to differentiate between the actual needs of the society and the individualistic needs of the institutions like the church? So that we build in the co-creation of good governance, so that we build and give birth to a nation that we all want. At what point do we say, now we must be the co-creators? This is not about you who wants a position. This is not about you whom we don't want to vote for. This voting, the electoral cycle, the electoral process, is about we, the people. And we can only create a good nation if we get involved in the process. We put in good, we get good out. They say we say garbage in, garbage out. Can we begin that process of beginning to analyze and say, you know what? Yes, matters of faith aside, but here on earth, citizens of the world, we must make decisions that are pertinent to our day-to-day living. Can we do that?
The church should spearhead. The other day we had the Tukokadi campaign, right?
Yes.
How many churches did you see telling their people, go and register as a voter? You don't even need to tell people who to vote for.
No.
But it is your right to participate. Church, pastors, elders of the church. I'm just a little boy. I've served God for 15, 16 years on the pulpit. I have an understanding of what is pulpit ministry. Please, it is not demonic to vote. You don't have a devil called voting. It is your right as a believer, as far as you are going to heaven. If Christianity was only about heaven, the day you got born again, you should have been raptured. Christianity is about heaven on earth. Our Father who art in heaven. God is the one that's there. Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done. Location. Earth. Heaven has no problem, so stop dying. And start living.
Please repeat that. Stop dying.
Heaven has no problem. So stop dying and start living. Thy will be done, location on earth, not as it will be, as it is. It's already it. So God is looking for people that can bring the kind of leadership that is in heaven here on earth. What does it entail? It entails medicines, drugs at the hospitals. It entails good governance. It entails road networks. It entails such kind of things. Those are the kind of things the church needs to begin to look at. The church must begin to spearhead their people. Do you know 74% of Kenya is approximately Christian? If 74% of Kenya was Islam, you would see it. you would see it in every sector. So being that 74% of Kenya is Christian, we shouldn't just be on crusades and rallies. We should also be on government platforms and seeing how do we do ABCD. For example, if this person is born again and you put this water, if I'm thirsty and water is here and I drink this water and my thirst is still there, then the water did not fulfill its duty. So if you claim you are a Christian and we have 74% of Christian, then we should at least have 74% of Kenya experiencing the kingdom of God on earth. But how can we be many, yet the way the culture of the system is, we are few? It simply means that we are the people that are spearheading it. We are the people in government that are doing the wrong deeds. We are the people taking corruption. We are the people destroying our nation. We are the people doing all those kind of things. And if you do not understand that faith is about good leadership, Christ is a leader. The first opposition leader is not Honorable late Raila Amolo Odinga. It is Lucifer. The first coup happened in heaven. There was war in heaven. Michael fought. So opposition has always been there from aeons. But how you deal with these issues is what really matters. I keep saying, if leadership doesn't matter, the day Satan fell, why didn't Jesus just say, okay, you want the kingdom, okay, take it, let me just go and build another one? Why fight for that particular issue? So if the church will not be the people spearheading the kind of fight that can change a generation, but we are seeing here, do you know how many deals have been given to keep quiet?
Yourself.
You know me, I don't just talk funnily. I talk with proof. Do you know how many coalitions, people that are calling, oh, come and join us here? But when I look at it, I'm like, wait, how will it help our people? Especially now you have seen and this is what the last time I was here I was talking about. Now the young people are beginning to be taken for a ride again. You can clearly see the motive is not Kenya. The motive is leaders from Western, leaders from Mount Central, leaders from Northeastern. It's a group of people that have taken Kenya hostage. They make Kenya their title. The title deed of Kenya is in their platform. And there are not many, like 20, 15, 30 people. These people again are doing the same thing. And you can clearly see our young leaders are again being taken back to tribal kingpins. Someone that you can clearly see has a future, can be able to, if given an opportunity and groomed the right way, what they will do, they will reduce you. Kama si Waluya, hatutaki. Kama si Wakikuyu, hatutaki. That was not the conversation in 2024.
How do you remix that though, Bishop? Because I want to tie that into, and it's interesting because we can peg things to current conversations. Like you talk about young people, we know, we've been given the numbers, 70% of the population right now, and that's why it's going to continue. That they're going to be in this young age for a while. But look at what's happening. The same young people who need to make a decision about what's going to happen in the next cycle of an election. The same young people, 294,000 of them will be going to university next month. We don't know if they're actually going to get the funds that they need to be able to do this. This is just in the public sector. And these are the new entrants. We don't know about the ones who were there last year, the ones who came in the year before, and the year before that. We do not know. So what does that mean? That for a sector, you are engaged in a season of uncertainty. And we would imagine that because of that, and this is just one example, there are many, many, many that we could give. And because of that, you would imagine that it would then form the basis of a decision that you make or how you are engaged. That there are people with ideas, that there are people with a work ethic who would want to put themselves in particular positions. So much so that when now somebody who's under the age of 30 says, I want to be senator of Nakuru, for example, we almost laugh and we say, you can't because you don't have the experience. Education is a problem. Look right here. 294,000 students will be first year students in the university at the end of this month. How they are going to do that, we do not know. Will they come out with a 4.2 million shilling debt at the end of it? Probably, or more. So when you look at the reality of things, and then here at the same time we're saying, make a choice, be involved, be engaged. How do we bring the two together? Because I hear so much dissonance at the moment. How do we say that you have a bedrock of a foundation that's solid, which unfortunately is not, and then to say engage at this level? Don't think about the Western, Central, Eastern. Think about the country. How do we do that?
Let me begin by first saying this. There is something I've noticed about our leadership, not just in Kenya but Africa. So what they do, they isolate major positions and then they leave specific positions for the biggest number of people in the nation to think about occupying. For example, it's easier to put someone in the Ministry of Education or Finance that is an elder, even though they steal. But when it comes to anything to deal with young people, give them something at their level. So you see that they will reduce you to Ministry of Sports. You get what I'm saying? They have a way, they have weaponized leadership in such a way. Let's involve them, not because we want to, but let's give the dog as a type of a bone, and then let's keep the meat. So they remove the meat from all the bones, and then now they give the bones to show the young people that we are minding about you. For example, if you look at the coalition that they are beginning to form, how many young people do you see there? Apart from like the one, was it Standard? I saw that there were several of them. How many people? The only youngest person there was Honorable Sifuna. I think he's 44 or 45, somewhere around there. That's the youngest person there. The question I would like to ask you, how comes when it comes to specific positions, you claim that you want experience, which is not wrong, but then the people that are experienced tend to take the nation in a worse direction. I was expecting people like Honorable Ruto, the president of Kenya, and such kind of people, being that they were there. You remember the Y2K and all those kind of things. They have served different governments. They have different kind of experiences. They should have had a better opportunity to, they have been in opposition, they have been in government, all those kind of positions. You have a better position to be able to negotiate for the country. But the way I've seen this situation is reduce them to something. Reduce them to something. Reduce them to music. Reduce them to acting. Are those things, reduce them to sports. But when it comes to the things that actually bring money to sports, bring money to acting, bring money to music, give that to us. So it's simply a way of maturely controlling you. It's an economic control where they keep you in this puppet place and say, okay, for example, let me ask you, why do you have youth parliament? Why does it have to be separated from parliament?
So you can go over there and discuss it over there.
So for you, those are you are kids, you are youths. You see the way those kind of things, it's a way to show young people we care. So give them a little bone. We care, but in literal sense, so that you don't make a lot of noise, enter into this youth parliament, youth leadership. Even when it comes to positions of, nominations. Nominations and party positions. You will see there's something called youth leaders. Youth league. Youth something. So what you are doing there is immature, but we just want, because we want your numbers, we are going to have your face so that we can eventually keep you around. Those are the kind of things that are taking our nation through a mess. We must incorporate the people that represents the biggest majority on the biggest platforms. What is the Minister of IT have to do with a person over 50, 60 years? Let's just be honest. IT, which is a department that is maturing through AI and such kind of things, you expect to put someone that is more advanced with technologies and things like that. But because it's not the issue, they will put something somewhere and then they will claim, take youth department. Why does it have to be called youth? Why can't a 30-year-old be an assistant minister? Why can't a 40-year-old be an executive somewhere? Because it's a way of making sure that we keep their numbers with us, but we don't, you're just kids, just stay there.
There to be seen. Which then, Bishop, begs for a question, because, you are painting a very grim picture that this has been about a cabal, a club, personalities. Because even today, the conversation we are hearing is that we, over here, are going to have a conversation in the boardroom, then we are going to tell you the one person that you should vote for as a president. That's a conversation we're being treated to.
It is.
So, the question I am asking myself, because I'm deeply perturbed by that approach, I don't agree to it personally. We are already discussing personalities on who should be the next president of Kenya. In my opinion, we are getting it wrong from the word go. We should be discussing about what you are saying, the issues that we want addressed. You're going for an exam. The lecturers are not waiting for the person who is going to be number one. Their first agenda was to set the exam. This is what we're going to try you on. As a country, in my opinion, I think we should be talking about these are the issues we want addressed.
This is what we want. This is the character of the kind of a person we want. Described in our Constitution, Chapter 6 talks about that. Our financial management, Chapter 12 of the Constitution talks about that. We should be defining the Kenya that we want. And then we say, here we have Pastor Bishop, here we have Mr. Who, here you have Mrs. So-and-so. They want to be a president. Who matches these criteria?
Exactly.
Are we setting that criteria in our mind? Even if we are just the minor, the small group, at least a few of us who can start this conversation and start saying, don't talk about personalities yet. Those who want to hold boardroom and do the legacy politician artwork, let them do that. But for the growth and prosperity of the nation, we set the agenda, we set the criteria. Do we have that going anywhere?
We have a bunch of people that are professionals in reminding Kenyans where they were born when it needs to serve them. And I will need to categorically say this because I know Spice does not have a problem with truth.
Right.
Let me say this with capital letters. If my words can be capitalized, I don't know if the people at the
let's see what Magic Marion can do.
Put some days on the sound. Let me say this: we will not be given leaders.
Right.
Don't cheat yourself. You're the kingpin of the mountain. You're the kingpin of Western. You're the kingpin of Eastern. We will not be given leaders. This is not the Moi era. This is not the Kibaki era. This is not even the Uhuru era. And this is definitely not the Ruto era. This is the era of Kenyans that want good for Kenya. And what my thought will be is very simple. As you've said, what is the problem ailing Kenya? This bad, number one, corruption. Number two, ABCD. Okay, who can deal with these problems? It's not who is there. It's time ya Wakamba. It's time for Kikuyus. It's time for Luyas. We don't care the tribe you're coming from. You might even be tribeless. You might be an angel sent from heaven. We don't care about that. Can you deliver on these problems that we are dealing with? And the minute Kenya begins to have such kind of discussions, because I knew, I was waiting for this time bomb. I knew that at some point we are going to be reduced back to where we are coming from. You are hearing people saying, if it's not Mr. Gashagwa, we are not, it's no one. And others are saying, if it's not Sifuna, we are no one. Others are saying, if it's not Kalonzo, we are no one. Again, you are dividing the politics based on ethnicity and where you are coming from. You are not talking about politics from a point of where is Kenya going. Kenya is going through this particular season. Do you know, 60 years plus of independence, we should not be talking about people paying help. 60 years plus of independence, it shouldn't be a story for a president to build an auditorium, a stadium, a president, a sitting president. That one of the things that is making me to fight for a manifesto is a stadium.
That's not even the saddest story, Bishop.
You get?
I'm sorry to tell you this, but this week you've had a woman give birth by the roadside in Kenya, 60 years after independence.
You can imagine.
Now, you mentioned GDP. I'm sure you'll agree with me that the cost of living we should be enjoying, the kind of lifestyle, should be equivalent to the France, because our tax regime is the same. So I want you to walk with me that Kenyans, we pay taxes. We give 60-something percentage of our money to government to facilitate service provision. We do not have those service provision actualized. We do not enjoy value for money. Because you should, as you say, you should not be talking about help. Education should be free, quality and accessible for all, from primary to tertiary. We should not be talking about potholes, we should be talking about sewage and clean water. 60 years after independence, given the kind of revenue, tax revenue we are able to generate, we should not be having that conversation today. We should be talking of a different new Kenya. But we somehow forget that when it comes to voting this season, and we start now balkanizing ourselves from regions and where we come from. But in 2023, we said no to a finance bill. In 2024, we rejected another one. In 2025, we remembered those who lost in that economic liberation movement that has turned out to be a revolution. When we have an opportunity to clearly make a distinction between exactly what we want and what we don't want, our eyes are blurred. I don't want to say evil spirit, because if they were, maybe we would have prayed for them and have a new birth. But can we begin to merge the reality of our tax regime and the quality of life we are enjoying, and see how we con ourselves and hold that the truth is that the people who are in office, the people who are responsible of managing this service provision, are the ones who are failing us? Are we woke to that reality?
Can I tell you why? Let me give an example of China. I've heard you talk about France.
Right.
The GDP of France is equivalent to the GDP of Africa. Yeah. So all African countries, one nation called France can run Africa.
Yeah.
So then we should just lease Africa to France. It's not about the quantity of people. It's about the quality of mindsets. Africa suffers from a backwardness mindset. And the reason I'm saying that is because of this. I was studying China. You know how China became China? I hope you know China in 2001 is when China came into the World Trade Organization, fully registered in 2001. So China was nowhere. They set policies. The reason why China dealt with corruption, of course no nation can deal with corruption 100%, but China dealt with approximately 90% of its corruption. Can I tell you how they did it? They only imposed one law, one policy, the death sentence.
You steal, you die.
But in Kenya, if you steal and they take you to court, the court will ask you for a bond of 20 million, and that 20 million will come from the money you have stolen. So people do not have a fear of, if you break a law, there is no repercussion.
There's no deterrent.
Exactly.
At all.
Totally separate from most of these first world countries. It is totally outstated. If you do this, this is the situation. Now you clearly hear a pastor say, but the Bible says thou shalt not kill. You can imagine the mind of a minister thinking like that. They don't even know the difference between murder when the Bible talks about what does it mean, murder or kill. Let me ask you a question. If right now I come here and I have a gun and I decide to want to shoot all of you, and in self-defense, you pin me down, and have you killed? Have you murdered or have you killed?
You killed.
Thank you. You did not?
Murder.
So murder is a motivated perspective that has self in mind. But that person you come and say, he was protecting himself. So the whole notion will turn even in court, which was in self-defense. You get what I'm saying? Now, Africa has this kind of problem. We do not know how to defend ourselves, so we defend ourselves in the most useless ways, which is tribal defense. We go back to a tribal cocoon. We don't have economic defense. We don't have the intelligence to defend ourselves economically. We don't have the intelligence to defend ourselves financially. We don't understand these structures. China just introduced one law to defend China. Kenya must understand that if we want Kenya to go forward, there are several things we must add to our law in bid of defending Kenya. And if we don't do that, this conversation will be the same. Young people will come back to the same pit hole. We'll have this conversation in 2032. Jesus will come us having this conversation. Because we do not understand how to defend our nation economically, financially. In Singapore, there is a certain threshold you cannot borrow. I think Kenya right now is operating beyond 13 trillion.
The
borrowing. Do you know what 13 trillion, if you borrow 13 trillion, do you know it shouldn't be something you're struggling to see? I mean, we should be walking around seeing 13 trillion, man. 13 trillion.
The heaven on earth you're talking about.
13 trillion, I should be just chilling. In fact, Spice should be coming to my house to do a documentary. I said, I know I'm tired, come and meet me. 13 trillion, we should all be billionaires and such kind. But the problem is, the minute you begin to, especially the concept that is happening in Kenya now, but Uhuru also, but Kibaki also, we can't think going forward. Our thought always has to be narrowed down to but Ruto pia nani aliiba, nani Kibaki aliiba, yet si aliiba. Yet we are now thinking we want to do something from here going forward, not from here going backwards. So where is our forward?
Bishop, when you talk about self-defense, what China did is just self-defense for the population, for the funds that they give.
Right.
But I want us to come to Kenya and just look at the reality of things, where you become the most formidable candidate, especially within your community, to be voted into office. Because when a corrupt person in Kenya is being investigated, has been arrested, is going through the process, mtu wetu is being attacked. Still goes back to wananchi. But that notwithstanding, there are no safeguards, one would say, that have been put in place to ensure that justice is served and that deterrence is put in place to avoid repetition of the same. Now, are wananchi, leave alone the political class where they sit, cognizant with the fact that if someone steals from SHA, 12 billion is stolen from SHA, that is akin to murder. Why? Because there is a mother somewhere who went to deliver, did not get the services, and died while delivering. There is someone who went for cancer treatment. They did not get that service because money was stolen that would have offered them that. Do you think Kenyans have reconciled with what loss of money means to their quality of life and things that they ought to deserve?
No, and at the same time, of course I understand the narrative of in as much as we have bad politicians, the problem is Kenyans. You can't think about it that way. You can't isolate it. There is a scripture, the Bible says, to him whom much is given, much is. So the problem you are seeing down here, it is based on the people up here. If you want the people down here, I know many people think if you want to change up here, change down here. No. You can't change down if you have not changed up. That's why your head is on top. If you want to change the direction of your feet, you change the direction of your thought. So the first thing that comes when it comes to leadership is the head, minister of what? Member of parliament of what? Those are the people that have been given the responsibility. If they begin to show direction, for example, I don't need, in as much as I'm campaigning with her, I don't need to abuse her. If it begins to echo from the top, then the person that is coming from the bottom will be able to see, okay, that person did this and this is how they did it. So in as much as we can say that it's not just the leaders, it's the people, it is the leaders that influence the people. So if you want to change down here, you change the top. Just like, for example, I'm thinking right now, in as much as you say you are a member of parliament, you want to, you have ideas and you want to run and change whatever that you want to change, you can clearly see that if the leadership is against you, you are going to be impeached. Even if right now John C.W. runs for governor with my intention, you will be impeached. Because the issue is not down here, the issue is up there. So if you still have a bunch of people telling you, oh no, you can't come from nowhere and get to the top, where do you get that?
So what happens to Kenyans who believe that, as is constitutionally demanded, that you are involved in the decisions that happen? That if you see that the top, for example, is not functioning, and that you then want to be involved in your own governance, citizen-centered governance, and say, well, we see this, and if the person at the top is not doing what they ought to do, then there are things that you can do to ensure that this happens. Either you remove them by the ballot, like we will see happening in 2027, or you continuously lobby, you continuously raise issues, as we see happens in progressive jurisdictions. What happens to the person? Are we just going to be led like sheep?
Not really. We need to, first of all, if the problem has, you can clearly see that the problem is at the top, our leaders are just a funny group of people, then you come back to civic education. Remember, I've told you that part of the things, it should be normal in all our classrooms that we should put the Constitution among the subjects children should study. Because, think about it. People graduate from campus, a whole doctor that doesn't know what the law says about their health, their sector. An engineer graduates and he doesn't know what their law says about it. A pastor gets a theological degree and he doesn't know what the law says. If you have a nation like Kenya where a ministry is registered called Honey and Breast, Honey and Breast, for God's sake, and someone registered it and has members in this nation. So what does it tell you? If we see now the problem is here, we begin to deal with a new breed. Yeah, it's true, my sister. We have a ministry called Honey and Breast. And you do not want to imagine how they take out devils.
I don't.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah, let me know.
Yeah.
So that's how sad it is. Yeah.
So could that explain why it's very possible that, this week, everybody's been going to State House, or some of us are waiting for an invitation.
Yeah.
But look, the first people to come to State House this week were this group of pastors, leaders from certain church.
Always.
It seems as though they set the stage, right, and open the floodgates, and everybody comes as a result of that. So it seems like the thinking is very far removed from what you're saying this morning.
And you see, again, you need to understand that some of these people, they have never been on such platforms. So some people are not going there to gain, they're going there to take pictures. So that they can show fellow pastors that I've made it.
By being to State House,
my ministry is growing. Some of it is just this shenanigans of what you call misguided faith. That when you take an aeroplane, you have to take a picture and say, we are going places. You are not going places. You are just moving from point A to, it's not necessarily a blessing. It's just from point A to point B. It's just that it's longer and you are now using an aeroplane. But when you moving on in that regard, I'm saying this and I'm repeating it again.
Yes.
Kenya must make it mandatory for every school to teach the Constitution. Just like I've told you in my school, young kids of 5 years. If I had my phone, I would have shown you. Young kids of 5 years, 6 years, 8 years, they can recite not just a Bible verse, but the moral constitution of their nation. Because the rule of law is what guides our nation.
Right.
If they understand it from a young age that stealing is wrong, that doing this is wrong, that doing this is wrong, then just like the Bible, when Joshua and Caleb entered the promised land and the rest died, then you would understand that a certain bunch of people, God has two ways of delivering people. Among the millions of ways is God. Number one, he'll negotiate with you for purposes of transformation. If you refuse, he'll allow your whole generation to die and raise a generation that he can be able to talk to. Me, I'm saying this as I finish. In my point of view, Kenya should allow a certain generation to exit the political platform. And it should be seen in 2027. Totally exit. There should be no one person telling a whole community where to go. Who are you?
Right.
There should be no one preacher telling the church where to go. Who are you?
Is this therefore then the point where Mwananchi makes that happen?
Exactly.
Where Mwananchi now says we take power to our hands because we've seen the mess for a very long time. We therefore take back our power and change the direction.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Teach the Constitution, because the first article in our Constitution is Mwananchi. All sovereign power does not belong to the governor, does not belong to the president, does not belong to... It belongs to the people. And then it keeps on going and it says, and they have the freedom to exercise it democratically or otherwise. So to understand that power does not belong to the governor. So when the governor is coming to talk, by the way, I saw Ruku. Is it called Ruku, the CS?
Yes.
What a shame. What a shame of a CS. That you can come, and there's this notion they are bringing, claiming that, saying that Kiambu should be a region on its own. I have no problem, whichever region you want to be. The reason for it being a region is what I have a problem with. It is so that you can get your drainage system. Just reason to... I don't know if I'm the one that has a problem. The reason why this should be a region is so that you can get your sewer line, so that you can get your what? People are raising this notion that if you're not in government, don't expect service delivery.
Bishop.
And I need to make that point very carefully, because that's what now people are using. The president is a president of people that elected him and the people that did not elect him. Even if the president is Christian, you are not a president of Christians. You are a president of Kenyans. If they are atheists in Kenya, you are their president. If they are Muslims in Kenya, you are their president. So what are we supposed to do? In as much as I've been elected by these people, in my point of view, assuming I was the person, I would start working where I was not elected. You would not need these shenanigans now, because you would have already seen you are a man of the people and you mean your word. But for a whole CS to come and say that this should break so that you can get water, so that you can get what, it's a very minute way of reasoning. And apparently that's where our leaders are taking us. You can even see opposition saying it. Ati hatutatoka, ati tutakaa kwa serikali. We will sit in government. Why? So that we can get roads. You don't sit in government to get roads. It's the duty of every leader to provide social amenities for their people. It's a right for the people.
As we come to the top of the hour, Bishop, you're arguing from a point of our new constitution. This regime, many have argued, they suspended our new constitution. And that's why you hear those declarations. Because you and I know service provision is equalized by our constitution. So the other day, people were saying that the president and his team have finally gotten to where the new constitution is, the new dispensation, and that's why they're calling for a conclave, I think on the 15th of the year, of the month. 12th of the month. So, well, conversation to be continued. But I think beyond the pulpit, these conversations need to happen so that we can build a great nation for ourselves.
We are pushing the little we can, and I'm appealing. Can I say this last statement?
Yes.
I'm appealing to the body of Christ. If truly we are 74% Christian, 74% of Kenya should look like Jesus. Every blessing.
Amen. Amen.
Bishop John C.W., thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Bit more to be said. Asante sana, it's 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tambor. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged opposition leaders from the Mount Kenya region to rejoin the Kenya Kwanza administration, saying they still have a place in government. Speaking during a meeting with grassroots women leaders in Meru County, Kindiki said leaders allied to former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua who return will be considered for senior government positions, including cabinet appointments, while others will receive support to vie for elective seats. He claims some of the leaders had been sidelined within the opposition and will have greater opportunities by working with the government.
Wale ambao ni ndugu zangu walikuwa wametafuta hifadhi ya kisiasa kwa watu wengine pale. Sasa unakaa kwa mtu anakutusi, akuheshimu, anakudharau, na hii madharau haijaanza leo. Wakuja tufanye kazi pamoja kwa sababu sisi ni kitu kimoja. Wakuja wasikuje. Si wakuja tufanye kazi na fireman. Tupakane kwa hii serikali, wengine tuwatafutie bendera, wakuwe mawaziri, wengine kuchukua kubwa, sisi ndio kusema.
Kindiki also reaffirmed his support for President William Ruto's re-election bid and called on the Mount Kenya region to unite behind the president, saying political differences shall not undermine the region's unity.
Katika ile timu nyingine, number 1, kiti ya number 1 imeenda, kiti ya number 2 imeenda, ya number 3 imeenda. Sisi tuko number 20 katika listi ya ile pande nyingine. Lakini katika hii timu ya William Ruto tuko number 2. Tuko number ngapi? Na tungojei sana after next year rais Ruto akipata 2 term, namna hii. Ya Meru Tharaka Nithi, hii area yetu, home area yetu, tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba tumesupport serikali 100% kwa sababu hii serikali ni serikali yetu. Tukae hapa twende, tukae hapa na tupatie William Ruto kura.
DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has called for unity among opposition parties in the Mount Kenya region, saying they should work together instead of competing against each other since they share a common political agenda. Speaking at his Wamunyoro home in Nyeri County, Gachagua said he will ask DP leader Justin Muturi to convene a meeting of regional party leaders to discuss the formation of a new alliance which he has named the Hyena Coalition. As said, the coalition will strengthen cooperation among opposition parties, boost voter mobilization, and increase the deployment of election agents ahead of the 2027 general election.
Sisi tunajua adui yetu. Na hapa we have no problem with each other. We have one common enemy. Na nimeona vyama vingine watu vijana wamepotea. Please, nataka kuomba within this coalition, let us focus on Kenya's problem. Shida ya Kenya na William Ruto. Hii vyama ya hapa mlimani ni karibu 30. Karibu 16 wamenitafuta usiku, nasema tumesikia umesema utamuomba Justin Muturi atuite pamoja, na wamefurahi sana. Sisi tunataka wale chama yote ya one term ya hapa mlimani, Muturi atuite zote, tutengeneze coalition ya hapa mlimani ya vyama ya one term. Na kwa sababu tumetukanwa na Duale tunataka tukubali hiyo jina. Tunataka tuite the Heina Coalition.
Gachagwa's remarks comes days after leaders of the DP, PNU and Devolution Empowerment Party accused him of undermining smaller political parties in the Mount Kenya region. And the Public Service Commission has directed all ministries, departments and state agencies to ensure civil servant salaries are processed only through the official government payroll system following reports of fraudulent payments. Public Service Commission Chairperson Francis Major said human resource officers must exercise greater vigilance when approving payrolls to prevent irregular payments. The directive follows an audit that uncovered payroll fraud worth about 6.2 billion shillings in the national and county governments, including ghost workers, double salary payments and records of employees allegedly hired before they were born. Major warned that heads of human resources will be held personally accountable for any illegal payments resulting from negligence or failure to perform their oversight responsibilities. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Temburu.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. 101.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It's 9 minutes after 8 o'clock and we continue with our conversations this morning. You are tuned into the Situation Room, and yes, indeed, our live streams are up on different platforms, and thank you for our audience on KTN for being here this morning. And those of you who are listening across as you get onto other business today, Karibu Sana, as we get into this conversation this hour. Our youth perspective conversation today is around pre-election alliances and essentially who then will hold on to power with a lot of the things that we see happening. The question has arisen that do we see enough youth involvement and engagement? And when we say younger people, the younger generation who we already know, over and over again, we've been told that, you know, it's a larger population in terms of numbers. But where is that involvement and where is that information and engagement to help us out with this conversation, and whether any new alliances or new entrants are threats to what would be a hold on government? Benjamin Omamo is the president of the Linda Mwananchi Youth League, and he's here in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu Sana, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
UDA Gen Z leader is Omwansa, Omwansa, and he's here with us this morning. Good morning.
Very good morning.
Karibu Sana.
Thank you.
All right, both of you, as we get into this conversation today, Dennis is going to start off with today's proverb, and we'd love to get your interpretation of it.
Yes, our proverb today comes from the country of Mali. And think of Mali, you just think about the vast amount of resources they do have, especially gold, and how that has been used to help propel the country. The country has both extremes. To the south is lush, is green, and that is where agriculture takes place. To the top, that is the north, is Sahara Desert, where is dry. But then again, life still continues there. We go to the proverb. Friends are like shoes. You may have many, but you only walk with the ones that feel comfortable. How would you interpret it, Mwansa?
Friends are like shoes. Mm-hmm. There are many, but you only walk with the one that
is comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, just a literal definition of the same is when you look at your shoe rack, you have several pairs of shoes, but there is that one. Personally, there is that one. Just like clothes, the one that I'm wearing today, I always feel comfortable. I feel, aura, a lot of, I feel confident when I'm in it. Just like friends, there's that one friend that you can confide with, that you can openly talk to, speak whatever you have in your mind. So, there's that one particular friend or a particular person that you feel comfortable talking to.
Yeah. Benjamin, how do you interpret it?
I would interpret this as like just work with something that is capable to fit your criteria. Yeah.
All right. Well interpreted, a sentence.
Okay. Well, let's get into this conversation this hour, and of course, getting into what's happening from a youth engagement perspective and a youth engagement point of view, with what we see happening with the politics of the day. How engaged do you think young people are, or are young people being caught up by the waves that we see, Benjamin?
At this point in time, you find that the young people, especially after the uprising of the Gen Z on June 25th, 2024, you find that at this particular point in time, the youths have aligned themselves with leaders who they believe have a political dialect that is of the same mind. Because you find that after the Gen Z uprising, the young people took a setback and identified themselves with leaders who were capable to achieve the goals of which they believed were fit at that particular time. So you find that politically we are getting into alignment. Yeah.
It's interesting that you said that young people identified leaders who would do what they wanted.
Yes.
As opposed to gotten into positions where they felt they could take up leadership in the future. Why is that? That you'd rather give it to somebody else to do for you, as opposed to getting into a position whereby you can start to get into the politics of it to then essentially get into leadership. Why?
The essence is because at this particular time, you find that we had a Gen Z uprising, then there was a broad-based arrangement, and this broad-based arrangement accommodated leaders from our political party, which was the ODM. party. But as time was progressing, you found that certain leaders who were disputing the attacks that the young people faced during the Gen Z protest, some leaders who speak the same language and identify with what the young people wanted to achieve, therefore, you find the young people are inspired by such kind of leaders. Therefore, the young people are still in the course because they are seeking for political power in 2027.
Okay. Are young leaders still on course? Is still trying to figure this thing out and say, okay, rather than us get into it now, we want to identify the leaders who can actually do it. Do you agree, Omonso?
Yeah. There's a meme that I saw the other day, and it was very funny. That life has made us, at the age of 18 to 25, there's that urge or a feeling of vying for at least MCA or MP. If you look at your circle, you hear, I'm going for this MCA, but some are jokers, some are very serious. I am happy with some of my good friends that we were with on the streets in 2024 and 2025 that have taken up the challenge to vie for these positions. They're seriously, campaigning and, going door to door for that. So are really youth going for this? The answer is yes, and their work. It's not only about Gen Z 2024, them coming out and going home. The conversation has shifted. A few years or many years ago, you realize that the youths could just align with will work with the people in the opposition so that they can get relevance. But we realize in the days that we are right now, the youths are they're seeing what kind of leader or who is going to work for them. Not only shouting about criticizing the government and all that, but young people are also coming to work and support the government. That shows maturity, or that shows how our democracy or how our young people are work. I saw the video.
Can I ask, coming to work in what way? You said young people are coming to work and support the government. How?
To work? Okay, like I'm saying, most of the time the young people are being used to criticize the government.
Okay.
For by leaders who are in opposition, who wanted to, to maybe fight the government and to be part of the government, or even to vie for positions. But this time round, you see a young person whereby before he does that, or before he's being used by other politicians, he's trying also to be able to see what kind of a leader they can work with. That's why I'm saying, as young people, like I've said, there's a video also. There's a very good lady yesterday, a young lady, Gen Z, who was giving out her views on being tribal, how politics is tribal, how young people, others are going back to the village, supporting their own people. So that shows how woke we are.
Just so that we, I don't want to lose your track of thought. But you mentioned something very critical, that in 2024, you were in the streets with fellow youth.
Yeah, I was there.
What was that about?
It was about the finance bill.
Against... Who was propelling that new finance bill?
It is the members of National Assembly.
Led by?
By the majority and the minority leader.
And the minority leader.
Yeah.
So it is the current regime, the current government.
Yeah.
But today, you're the youth person, I don't know.
The Gen Z.
The Gen Z of the UDA party.
Yes.
And the UDA party is the ruling party.
Yes.
That had presented that finance bill that you went to protest against.
Yeah.
So how did you convert from protesting against this regime, against the president, against the financial architecture, to supporting the regime?
Good. With a lot of reservation, my grandmother always tells me, it's only a fool who doesn't change his mind. Every day is a new day. I was in the streets, I was shot, I was abducted.
You were shot?
I was shot.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Rubber bullets. We went through a lot to fight for our country. We went to parliament. I was there personally. Every day, I never missed. By then, we were fighting for the finance bill to be rejected in totality. I remember on the 24th, our president came out and gave some sentiments. The next day, he came and said he's not going to send it to law. That touched my heart. Just like Saul, who saw the light on his way to Damascus. I saw the light. I saw that this is a leader who can listen to us. I came to realize it was not all about the Gen Z, reject finance bill. I realized that there are people, anarchists, who wanted to ban our country. Anarchists who right now are working or operating from Wamunyoro, who are sponsoring goons to come and ban our businesses, to come and ban our country. No. So when I saw that, when I saw a leader like my dad, my president, coming and handling the situation, as a leader, a sober leader, I had no reason but to come and support him.
All right. So from where you sit, and based on that Damascus moment, would you say now the cost of living, the livelihood of Kenyans has changed since before 2024 and until, since you saw the Damascus moment, until today? Would you say Kenyans are better placed? Kenyans are living better? Courtesy of the president?
I will not talk about Kenyans. I will talk about myself. I'm a Kenyan as well. And I can talk about my neighbors or my friends that we have grown with. Few meters from this studio, it is Mukuru slums, where I was born in Fortanyayo. In a Mabati house, 6 of us, plus 2 parents, 8, living in turns. Sleeping in turns. Sleep in 1 hour, unaenda unazurura, unarudi 1 hour, unaenda unachemba. But now we have a president in 2024, 2025, who came through affordable houses and gave us a dignified, affordable houses where we are living right now. It's just behind here, Mukuru Estate. So that is the Damascus moment that I saw. This is a leader who has listened to people, to young Kenyans, rejected the finance bill. Few months later, they have come, they've built. I've never felt, in my entire generation, I've never felt the impact of a government. But for the first time, I saw a government who really cares about the mwananchi at the bottom.
Benjamin, many people have touched the elephant.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you different texture, depending on where they touch. Yeah. Some touch the skin, others the lower soft bottom, others, depends. When you hear this, because I'm saying this because you are equally youthful. And both of you are agitating for the same thing about Kenya. The difference is how or whom you want to be in charge of this country. When you hear such comments, what do you make of them? And are you agreeable to what he's saying?
Such comments are quite unfortunate because whatever he's speaking about is exactly the opposite of what is happening and what Kenyans are experiencing with this regime. Because, this regime had a lot of promises to Kenyans from 2022. They promised the heavens and provided nothing to people. Because, when you have a head of state who is a symbol of unity, and the head of state, and I will refer to June 25th, our protest, the president, at that particular day, I remember watching an interview of him being asked a question. And I believe one of those presenters belongs to this particular station. I don't know if they're still here, but the question was, there was someone who was shot. And the president had the guts to tell Kenyans on national television that this person might still be alive, or is the person still yet not still alive? We're having an argument. Somebody has been shot, but the president is arguing whether the person is alive or dead. So the things that we've experienced in this government are just quite unfortunate, because they promised that we are going to have rule of law, that we are not going to have enforced disappearances. We are experiencing just after like a few weeks after we have seen Albert Ojwang's CCTV footage, yet again there's another gentleman who has unfortunately been killed inside a police station.
His name is Eric.
So it is quite unfortunate when you see a young person who is aspiring to be a leader. I don't know in whatever capacity he is aspiring to be a leader, but the kind of words that are coming from his mouth are demeaning to the people of this country.
Benjamin, I want to look at wananchi and in the process of politics, elections, right? And I look at that from an angle of, there is what the political class say they want to do for the people, right? Yes. There is what wananchi wants done for them. Do those things reconcile? What exactly is being done in the country today? What wananchi wants, or what the leadership, what the political class want to do?
Simply, the Mwananchi wants to be listened to. The Mwananchi wants their grievances to be heard. They want a government that listens to the people. They want a government that can be accountable for whatever they do. Not about these blame games like he's saying about the Wamunyoro. Wamunyoro is not in government. He left the government. He was impeached. He is in opposition. Why can't the government focus on doing their development as they promised Kenyans? Why can't they ensure that they stop enforced disappearances? Why can't they ensure that we have a government that is working and not PR like we have been seeing? People being called to State House. We have seen yesterday they have now shifted from watchman to private security. You know, such kind of things to at least fool people that they are at least appreciated. Why at this particular time, whereby we are coming into an election period, is when government is so preoccupied in inviting people to State House?
Mwansa, when you talk about cost of living, Mwananchi wants cost of living so that things are affordable for them today, not expensive. Mwananchi wants to be able to have 3 meals a day, be able to take their children to school in an affordable, accessible way. They want healthcare to work. These are promises that Mwananchi were given. Where you sit today, do you reckon that based off the promises that were given and what is being delivered, that contract has been delivered?
Yeah, it has. When we look at our manifesto, I wasn't there when, my president was promising that. We were on a different camp. But even before I answer that, my good friend here, and I have a right of rebuttal, I said that it's so unfortunate for me to speak whatever I'm talking about. If I've heard him correctly, 98% of what he has talked about is about what happened in 2024. So if you remove 2024 Gen Z revolution from the mouth of Linda Mwananchi or the confused opposition, there's nothing much they have to offer about this government. I have not heard them or him speak about what they are going to do to better the lives of Mwananchi. All they say that, my dad promised, my dad has failed this, my dad this and all that. Personally, I've said
I'm going to ask you to please refer to the president as the president. Okay. No. I can understand
once in a while.
I can understand
my tongue might slip.
Excuse me. I can understand what you're used to, but in this situation room, I'm going to ask that you refer to President William Ruto as President William Ruto. Okay.
But we also referred Baba to Baba.
Thank you.
Without stopping people.
Can you please?
It will be unfair to stop me from calling William Ruto.
We will not argue on this. Let's just do that and continue with the argument.
So unfortunate, but I'll continue. He still remains to be my dad. So my president has delivered. When you ask me about what Kenyans feel about, can they afford 3 meals a day and all that, I am a living testimony. That's why I'm talking about myself. When you ask him to talk about himself, what he's going to do or how he feels, he doesn't talk about himself. He talks about Kenyans. But for me, I'm telling you, from where I sit, from where I stand, I feel like the president has really delivered. When you talk about health, you saw the other day what my president launched. That's a milestone. That is history. Everything this government is doing for the first time. Having that emergency whereby, if you get you get an accident, you can always reach out by calling 922.
All right. So
that's something that we should be proud of.
One thing that has been launched on once as well is Social Health Authority, where Social Health Authority had specific deliverables that were to be given to Mwananchi. Today, if you go to hospitals, you speak to Kenyans, many will tell you, rather, those that we have spoken to will tell you, they have tried to access healthcare. It has been difficult. You speak to providers themselves, hospitals, they say they have difficulties in them being paid by that same system called SHA. Many would want to access SHA and the system would be down, not for a day, for weeks. We talk about education, the promise of education. University funding model is a problem. It is the president himself, after launching the presidential working party and the decisions that were made, who told us this thing is not working. We will come back and relook into it. Today, as we speak, it's going to get expensive for students to access education. It is not me saying. It is facts on ground based of numbers that do not lie. We talk about security in the country. Just the other day, a gentleman was killed in a police station. The president promised not to disappear anyone. The promised to take care of Kenyans. He promised that no one else will die under his watch. Omwansa, are these the promises that President William Ruto gave Kenyans?
Good. You have talked about many issues, 3 or 4, and I'll tell you, even starting with SHA, when you say that the people that you have talked to, they claim that it's not working. Like I've told you personally, I'm a living testimony. From Ukuru here, our area, I've taken people to Mbagathi, I've taken people to Kenyatta National Hospital, people who have not even enrolled to SHA. But when you reach there, you're being told you can enroll there, pay for at least for a few months, and get help, get the services. It is working. The number of michangos that we used to have in our community, in our village, in the slums, have reduced drastically. I mean, the SHA is working. Personally, I can confirm SHA is working. So when I hear people here talk about SHA is not working, I don't know what kind of people they are. When you say many people, maybe you can come and give us evidence, tangible evidence, and tell us that it is not working.
I do have that.
But personally, because I have confirmed that it is working. I have family members who have benefited from SHA, and it's really working. Coming to tertiary education, my president promised and said tertiary education is going to be free for everyone. Now the question we are asking, where is he going to get the money? The same way you are asking, where is he getting money to do all this that he's doing? And I will tell you, ni akili mtu wangu. Ni akili. That's why we are having a leader and not a politician like the other people. They are now worried where my president is getting money from.
University education going to be free as promised by the president?
It is going to be free. If you listen to carefully to what the Ministry of Education, yesterday they had a meeting with the parliamentary, department for education. They gave out the deliverables where they're going to get that money from. And it is very clear that our education, the same way we had, how did we arrive to have free primary education?
Because one president,
how did we arrive to have 100% transition from primary to secondary? The same way my president has been doing all these things, and I know and I believe in him that he's going to have the tertiary education fund.
I think it's necessary for us to take a break at this point. Okay, so let's just do that. We'll take a break and we'll come back and continue with this conversation. It's 29 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so looking at Mombasa Road, heading out towards the city this morning, there is quite some traffic as you head on past, just past Imara Daima actually, and then getting on towards that next gen area out towards Capital Centre. That is bumper to bumper through into the city. Jogoo Road then heading out towards Landis. Landis coming in from that Lusaka Road junction all the way through towards the Haile Selassie junction. Very busy this morning. Ngong Road is also busy as you get into the city. Let's take a quick look at the Thika Superhighway. Not too bad, but as you get past Survey through towards the Pangani underpass, it's going to slow down for you just a little bit. And as you come off of Ngong Road, a little bit of traffic here and there, but nothing too crazy at the moment. And it is busy on North Airport Road as you head towards Embakasi. In and outbound traffic along here continues. All right, let's take a look at things. Keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Habari ndio hii. StarTimes tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. Mwezi huu wa Agosti, lipia subscription yako wape watoto holiday iliyojaa cartoons, adventure na raha tele. Tazama Magical First Discoveries kwenye Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi na Super Wings kwenye ST Kids. Cheki Fireman Sam na Thomas and Friends kwenye Jim Jam. Kisha upate action ya Avatar The Last Airbender kwenye ST Tunes. Nunua aerial decoder kwa shilingi 1399 na dish decoder kwa shilingi 2499 kwenye maduka yetu nchi nzima. Piga *858# na urecharge subscription yako kuanzia shilingi 329 kwa nyota ama shilingi 549 kwa Nova Bouquet. StarTimes, furahia maisha kidijitali.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversations continue this morning, and essentially what we've talked about is how things are looking. But I think that conversation has quickly morphed into what kind of governance do Kenyans want to have? what kind of governance are Kenyans looking for? What situations are we saying then that you'll then be involved in when it comes to the process of putting another person in leadership? And this is not just the president. This is across board. Kabanya, your question.
Okay. Now, currently, we're getting into a political discourse because this is the final year towards the ballot. And hence you hear all these alliance formation, movements coming up, people choosing sides to support. But unfortunately, even during a dictatorship, there are beneficiaries. So there are people who will come up and protect and defend a dictatorial system. Until it loses power, that's when they realize that actually the people who are protesting against it, they were right. I guess that is something we wait to see, because people are arguing in some quarters that in Kenya we are short of a dictatorship. We can sit here and defend the positions that we hold politically. It's our democratic right, that is okay. But we also have to be realistic and factual. Today, you go through the papers, you hear cries and woes of Kenyans in different forms and manners. KEMSA today cannot deliver medication because they have not been paid. They're having issues with procurement and payment. Kids, the feeding program is not working because it has been delayed. We've had issues of capitation being delayed. Transition of education, grade 10 kids, scores of kids did not make it to school. They dropped out. And many other issues. Eric just lost his life from a police station. Many other, the list is endless. We could talk about affordable housing. Affordable housing has not reduced the slum dwelling that was meant to wipe out. So, and actually the numbers that have been constructed to completion are less than 20,000, and we were promised, I think, 200,000 per year. This is the fourth year. So it is important that we are realistic in our argument so that we are able to make an informed decision. Because again, tomorrow, we may have, hopefully, by the collective will of the people, a new president. And when you're not able to call that president a close friend, you will want service provision to be equitable. So I think that's something we need to be alive to, especially the youthful persons, because they are argued to be the 70% of Kenyans. Therefore, the decision on how the vote goes is highly dependent on them. But I want to ask you, Benjamin.
Yes.
You affiliate yourself with the Linda Mwananchi. You are accused of being a project. How is that?
I think speculations and rumors are spreading out there, because we just use an example of recently this on Kalonzo Musyoka. Mm-hmm. You saw how they were saying that he has joined the other side. But I would say this, that Linda Mwananchi is a properly constituted movement of the people. And this movement was enacted after the removal of Senator Edwin Sifuna, His Excellency H.E., the 6th President of the Republic of Kenya, was removed from ODM party. Now, this arrangement and formation of
He wasn't removed from the party. Just
he
clarify.
was removed as
the SG.
as Secretary General.
Okay.
And as the whip.
So you find that after this, the arrangement of young parliamentarians and senators who came together and formed a movement of purpose. They started traversing across the country, and people were aligning with the ideals, not only of the young people, but also because some people believed in the cause and determination of Edwin Sifuna with regard to issues that were of concern to the nation, which was the 10-point agenda in the article report, which he was pushing for. So you find he left, he had a different dialect that was trajectory to whatever they ought to have done as the broad-based team. But unfortunately, of course, we always know the gimmicks they would never be able to achieve. So that is why you find that certain people who believe in the ideals of Baba, Raila Odinga, were able to align with Edwin Sifuna and the Linda Mwananchi team, because not only the young people were they championing for, but also the ideals of the party.
Are we running into a situation where young people are picking up on narratives that have been there before, or aligning with people who've been there, give or take, for the last 30 years. And if we want to look at a development agenda or a track record that can actually be pegged to, you find yourself hard-pressed to find one. Are young people falling into the trap, or anybody who is coming into the fray falling into trap? Because I'm going by the very first thing that you said, as opposed to putting ourselves up to have a go at the thing. What we're doing is aligning with leaders who can actually deliver. For how long will that be? Because on one side the conversation is, because this is what we heard, even when I'm going to call you Double O, even when Mwanza was in the riots, even when rather in the demonstrations in 2024, it was drain the swamp. Those were the things that we're hearing. Drain the swamp. Everybody has got to go. We've got to get to ground zero where there's no basement and build this thing again. But then I hear you saying, so what we're going to do is we're going to align with the ones who've been there before, so that they can, same ones who were there before, so they can now come and now deliver this thing. I'm confused.
You see, when we were in the streets as young people, we were championing for reforms, but we had no proper political structures that would be able to push a political agenda as young people. We were not properly constituted in a political system or anything like that. We were just agitated because of the grievances we had at that particular time. So you find that the reason as to why people are aligning politically with certain leaders, especially I would speak about Linda Mwananchi and Edwin Sifuna, because we have seen the consistency of Edwin Sifuna and how he has been articulating issues in Senate, how he has been pushing for the rule of law and pushing for reforms. So he has been basically with the people. Yes.
Well, but Benjamin, as we come to Amantia, when you see now the likes of Edwin Sifuna, now merging forces, and that's what Nduh is alluding to, with persons like Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, right? A person who has been in this space not for 50 years, but for 40 years. He corrected the nation. And you don't hear newness of ideology. You don't hear new vision. That seems to be the new word we're supposed to be talking about for the country. And then, of course, there is close dalliance between Edwin Sifuna and Uhuru Kenyatta. So there is reservation, from my understanding. Yes, there is a reservation that Uhuru Kenyatta wants to extend himself through pushing on a project. It could be anybody. It could be Safina, it could be Sifuna, it could be Kalonzo, it could be Matia, it could be anyone.
Freud and slip.
But people are like, I do not want, Kenyans are saying, they do not want a repetition of what Uhuru Kenyatta did to the nation. And therefore, much as Sifuna might be someone who has an opinion on how we can better run this nation, could his affiliation with persons like Uhuru Kenyatta, Kalonzo Musyoka and the likes cost him this political opportunity?
I think I haven't seen Uhuru Kenyatta physically with Edwin Sifuna on that capacity, but I would say this, that it is now time for people as Kenyans to decide on what kind of leader they want for this nation.
When who is that?
And that
this
person,
is what we're asking. Who is that?
And that person must be pushing the ideals of the people and speaking on what people want for this country. Because you find that we have had the united opposition, they have been there time and again, we have witnessed, but Linda Mwananchi has become more popular and become more engaging with the people, and people feel more safe and sound with such kind of dialect. So you find that the opposition, giving them credit that they are also looking out for the people, but Linda Mwananchi is becoming a very, very dangerous wave.
Mwanza. Before Joe gets in, one asks the question then, if you look at the young people and how they've been positioned within political parties and the demands that they had in 2024, including you, the demands that you had in 2024, are they being accommodated within the broad-based government? Because remember, the broad-based arrangement had a 10-point agenda that had to be fulfilled. And when you look at the scorecard that has been given with regard to achieving the 10-point agenda, there are issues, So one then asks the question, At what point is the voice of Mwananchi, the voice of the youth, being heard and given priority in terms of even going for leadership position within this coalition that does exist?
That's a very, very good question, and I will tell you for sure, those are some of the reasons why I joined the ruling party. The party that listens to young people. That's why in all these parties, it's only UDA that has a Gen Z, department, or I can call it a forum. It's only the UDA. These others, you'll hear youth leader, youth what, youth all that. But for the first time, we are having a party that listens to the people. When we had the broad-based, you realize that we have a peaceful...
Still have it.
Sorry?
You still have it. Still existing.
We have still have it. Oh, yeah. Cool. No, we are one thing. I've even forgot. So the broad-based, we have a principal secretary for youths called Fikirini Jacob, who was a comrade, my fellow comrade. I mean, when you see a young person like him being at the helm of, leadership, it gives you hope as a young person that the future is now, or the future is promising.
How does a young person, the person that you've just referenced to as well, stands accused of having being involved or around shooting another young person?
I didn't even finish speaking, my good brother. He's alleged.
Yes.
He's alleged.
That's what
the matter is still in court. I don't want to talk about those circumstances that happened in that car.
Okay.
But that is up to the court to decide what happened. Because we all know, we have been talking about goonism out here, and you know how it happens. People have lost life, people have been injured. So I don't want to talk about that. But for what I know, that's why my good brother, when he was talking about what the papers say, and what I have seen, what I've experienced. So should I trust the papers, or should I trust myself? I have seen what the government has done to me. So should I really, put myself aside and trust what the papers or the Standard is saying, or any Daily Nation? So what I'm saying is, personally, I am living testimony. When I see a leader like Fikirini Jacobs being at the helm of leadership, he has brought ideas, or he has pushed for some of the issues that we want as young people. Look, we are going to have the National Youth Council election. For the first time ever, we are going to have the election. That is an achievement to us. That's something we should be proud of. For all this time, it's almost 1 hour. I still, and I remind my good brother here, I've not heard him talk about anything that they are going to do as Linda Tumboza or Linda Mwananchi. There's no plan, there's no agenda, no nothing. But for us here, as the ruling party, as the Gen Z UDA party, or as the broad-based, we have seen what our leaders have done. Our leaders have listened to us. Our leaders are doing what they promised, and we are happy. And this is the safest place for any young person or any Gen Z to be part of.
So, Kavanya.
Yes. Well, it is interesting, how we view things differently. And it's true. Perhaps you have benefited from this regime. Perhaps you appreciate the governance that is in place today. No one can take that away from you. But in nation building, we look beyond ourselves. A good country, a good government, a good regime is known by how it takes care of the vulnerable, not the direct beneficiaries. So when you look around the country, even where you live, do you have enough clean water? Is there enough sewer system for everybody, not necessarily for you as a person? Are all the kids in your neighborhood going to school? Those are the things we talk about, because that is what the nation is about. If we were to talk about our own selves, I am sure the outgoing President William Ruto has employed people whom he pays. So he has created jobs in his own private businesses, and those people are right to say they are happy with him. But here, this is matters of the nation. When we talk of a country, it is not about I as an individual. It is about we, the people of the nation. That is why even the Constitution talks about we, the people. If we were to go and assume that direction of individualism, then we will be happy to say, because that takes us back to the old age politics of Mutanu, and how the proximity of myself to power. We would then be seeing that the CS education, the community he comes from, everybody will be enjoying a standardized, quality, accessible education. But we all know that is not the case. We would be seeing the CS health, the community he comes from would be enjoying quality, accessible healthcare. But we know that is not the case. So it's not about the individual, it's about the nation. And that is why we have the collective mandate to go and vote as a people. so that we can decide how do we aggregate and make sure those who have, those who don't, those who can, those who cannot are equally addressed by the government we put in office. We have to distance ourselves from individualism to collective nation building. Do you not agree to that?
I agree to that. But if that is the issue, then my president will be the ideal candidate for 2027. Because his leader is on record the other day speaking from, I think, Bungoma, saying that people from his community, they sleep with their chicken. The chicken cannot, fly or climb or whatever it is to 12th floor of affordable. He was talking about himself and his community. But we have a president here who has exercised equality to all Kenyans. It's not about me. The difference between me and most of us out there or here, it is that they talk about the negative side of the government or the challenges that Kenyans are going through that they cannot justify. Me, I'm talking about what I have seen. I'm not speculating and saying. But again, if you go to all these places out here in the country, right now Kenya is a construction site. There are thousands and millions of Kenyans who are working, who are offering services to build this nation, directly or indirectly, supporting or building this nation through what the government, the jobs that the government has created. So when I talk about myself, I've said personally, I've got the affordable houses. I've seen Shah working, but there are also young people or even middle or age older people working in different places of this country. There are job opportunities. The Maori Roni Summit, there are people working there. Are they not Kenyans? They have benefited. They have also they are also maybe developed in terms of their living standards are bettering. We have thousands of people in Bomas, Talanta. Those are also Kenyans. Why don't we also talk about them when you say it's not about me? It's about millions of young people or millions of Kenyans who have gotten job opportunities from this government. So when you say that it's about myself, it's not about myself. I'm saying that because it's me, what I have seen. I don't want to talk about others. If you want others, maybe we can go to Bomas, we can go to Dogokundu, we can go to market that this government has built. We can ask the young people who are in schools how they're going to benefit about the tertiary education fund.
Benjamin, a story is told that if you want to kill a frog, just put it in cold water and place the water on a stove or fire. It will slowly warm up, boil, and eventually it will roast and boil the frog. And then you do with it as you wish. If you ascribe to countries I've been to, that becomes a very sumptuous meal for yourself. Now, my point is this. Circumstances do change. If you don't change with them, then you're going to have quite a friction. In your opinion, because I believe the advancement of Linda Mwananchi, whether it's affiliated to the legacy politicians or not, we leave that to time. I think the advancement is calling for good governance. But then there are people who are saying, no, this regime should be awarded a second term. And then they serve for the next 5 years. From where you sit, do you think people are being unfair to the one president, William Ruto? Do you think people are being ungrateful because we've been told we need a benevolent dictator, are being ungrateful to the favors extended by the president that they are not willing to reward him with a second term? Do you think Kenyans are being irrational by raising all these concerns and calling upon implementation of our constitution that seems to be suspended? Do you think Kenyans are being unfair?
No. I think it's the other way around, because you find that President William Ruto overpromised Kenyans. But the problem Kenyans are having is implementation and the manner in which that implementation is being done. Because you find that certain basic things, like just ensuring the country is secure, safety of a citizen is guaranteed, is not happening. Because you find Kenyans are unsafe wherever they are. Because today, people back then were comfortable to sleep at least in a police station and not pay hongo. But you find that people are scared for their life. They don't know what might happen. They don't know if they would comment on Twitter or anywhere, if they would be abducted, if they would be killed, if they would be threatened, the family would be threatened. So it is quite unfortunate that the exact opposite of what William Ruto was complaining about his former boss is what he is actually enacting in his government.
Yeah.
Because when you tell us that the police force is independent, then we are seeing the police pulling political stands that are gauging towards political opposition, which is directly affiliated to the interest of the president and the opposition, then therefore that is just very clear for anyone to see that this is a political move.
Yeah.
So if the police force is independent, why can they not work independently and conduct themselves in a manner of dignity and respect for the Constitution? Because as far as things are concerned, we are not upholding the Constitution at this particular point in time.
Monza, you've talked about development. Roads are being done, markets are being built. These are things that the president said he would do. And it's not a favor. For instance, I would never clap for the president for doing its job. It's his job. It's why he sought for that office. When you talk about healthcare and SHA, when it has worked for you, Omonsa, and it has not worked for me as Aseto, at that particular point, that service that was supposed to offer universal health service has failed. And that's just what failure is. When you talk about protecting Kenyans, you sought to protect Kenyans. If I want to enjoy these projects that have been done, I must be alive. I would not enjoy them when I'm dead. That right there is another definition of failure. Whilst everything has happened, you being inside this government, what is your responsibility? Because one would say you are closer to the echelons of power, the ruling party. What is your responsibility in making sure that Kenyans are not disappeared, Kenyans are not dead, that the same way SHA has worked for you works for me as Aseto and many other Kenyans?
So will I be wrong if I say, if it failed for you, it has failed, and it worked for me, it has worked? I mean, you're saying if it has failed for you, it has failed. But if it works for me, when I say it has worked, you say it is wrong.
You're not wrong.
One is saying you're wrong. No, you're saying it has failed. It has not failed. It's challenging.
This is what I'm saying.
Let him answer. Okay.
It has worked for you.
Yes.
It has not worked for me.
So those are challenges.
But the initial conversation about universal health coverage is that it covers everyone universally. Where it has worked for you and it has not worked for me, the system has failed, because that is not the promise that was given. That is not the intention of this service.
Those are challenges, and of course, we are still working on that. And when we receive those responses, I'm very sure the people in charge, they're always looking up to that and working on it. So don't just blanket and say that it has failed. It has not failed. How does it fail yet it is working for me? Yeah, so anyway, when you talk about that, like my responsibility when I'm in the ruling party and to see cases, it's so unfortunate that we lost another young man in Muthaiga.
No, we didn't lose him. He was killed.
Yeah.
He's not lost a coin on the road.
Yeah, condolences to the family. Yeah. We also have a matter of Albert Ojwang. It is in court. You can see that still, the corridors of justice are still working on that. And I'm sure at the end of the day, the family will get justice, and the people who took part in that will be jailed or get judgment on that.
The Kenya we have, and the Kenya I believe we all want, is one where those things do not happen. Is one where Albert Ojwang does not have to lose.
Exactly.
Listen, please, because this man was taken from his parents' home by policemen, delivered to a police station, and then he was found dead. Right? He was killed.
Yeah, of course.
Now we're talking about Eric. It should not be about compensation, my friend. In my opinion, while I respect your opinion, I think we need to have a wider spectrum of views and appreciation that it is not about us. Again, it is about we and the country. Because today, you are close. Even if William Ruto came back as a president, it's only for the next 5 years. If we have another president from 2037, whom we are not close to, who cannot give you the beneficiaries of the regime, the benefits of a regime, I'm sure you will want justice. You will want a good country for yourself, your neighbors, your families, and your community, and the entire nation. So, if that is what you would want in future, I think we should desire the same now for everybody. please, so that we are able to not just protect ourselves and your interests, but make sure that this country, when we say no one is left behind, we actually mean that. We do not need to be here defending a regime where people have died under their watch. And we are talking about compensating them. Just imagine if that person was your relative. Because just because you are holding brief for the government, it does not mean your entire family. You yourself, you were shot with a rubber bullet. What would have happened to you if it was a live bullet and you had died? Would you want your parents to be told they're going to be compensated?
You see, you can also agree with me that we have the law, and people, we still have those, ill-minded people in the society. We cannot 100% do away with them. That's why my president swore to protect the rule of law, so that these people can serve as an example to others. So that's the way we can reduce or end this matter. So when we say that, we can just completely 100%, but they say mgala muwe na haki mpe. We have a super PS for interior, a national coordination. Let me just there's a super PS. We have seen development in terms of insecurity. Super PS Raymond Omolo, what he has done. Some of us as students, we are working closely with the national, coordinating committee, like the people at the realm of security, the DO, the DCC, and all the county commissioner, to help reduce insecurity, and it has worked. So when I talk about that is something that I have seen. It has worked.
Wow.
For some of us.
I'm going to take a last comment from you, Benjamin, as we then wrap up this conversation at this hour, please.
It's quite unfortunate to hear my brother here.
You came to hear to me, or you came to talk about
finish? Saying that people who have butchered our constitution are the people he's praising today. I was wondering if William Ruto is this cunning with people while he's serving his first term. What about when he needs no vote in his re-election? That is assuming if William Ruto would come back. So it is quite saddening to the nation that we are experiencing this. So I would just tell Kenyans, let us work on the kind of leaders we want to elect. And let us not be emotional when we elect leaders in 2027. Let us elect a leader who has a clear vision, a clear track record, a leader who has been consistent with the ideals of the people. And that is one Edwin Sifuna.
Benjamin Omamo is president of the Linda Mwananchi Youth League. Omwansa M. Omwansa is UDA a Gen Z leader. Gentlemen, no, you had them, which you used. Thank you very much for being here this morning. Asanteni Sana. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. The Ministry of Education has defended the proposed tertiary education placement and funding bill, saying it will help achieve 100% transition to higher learning institutions. Appearing before the National Assembly Education Committee, ministry officials said the fund will be financed through government grants, loans, parent savings, and student loan repayments to meet rising demand projected to reach 230 billion shillings. The ministry estimates that the number of higher education students will double to 2.4 million by 2031, with the proposed model providing universal funding based on cost and upkeep needs.
We will use a bond program to go to the commercial sector and borrow from the sector, and then we'll be paying coupons every quarter. The first requirement and simulation we did was that we will require an additional 80 million, which will then be paying coupons after 6 months of 5 billion, which makes it affordable for the government, and then we can be able to pay.
Like the boom of yesteryear. Yes. It's the boom. The boom is back. The loans will be awarded to students, irrespective of whether they go to a public or private university, right? Because it equals to treatment of all students who are Kenyans.
However, MPs questioned the sustainability of the plan amid existing funding challenges in the education sector.
The government is not even capable of raising money for capitation, because we know in secondary schools the government is supposed to be funding 22,000 per learner. but that amount the government is not able to raise. Currently, you are providing around 16,000.
After 3 years, we'll now be able to go for a concessional loan at less interest. And we have calculated these concessional loans are between 1% and 3%. When we get this, and there's a grace period of initially 10 years, because you can repay for 30 years, then we'll be able to retire the commercial or the bond program and continue paying for the students for a period of even up to 50 years.
The bill also seeks to introduce a voluntary parent savings scheme and shifts higher education funding from a need-based model to universal support based on cost and students' upkeep needs.
The scheme will be regulated by the CMA, and it will have a separate and transparent way of running this. The returns, because there will be returns as you are saving, the returns will be put back to the account of that parent, so that when the child reaches higher education, then we can be able to pay directly to the institution.
Corporate has issued the Teacher Service Commission a 7-day ultimatum to promote the remaining 16,000 teachers out of the 50,000 promised by President William Ruto, or face a nationwide strike. The union says only 34,000 teachers have so far been promoted and has warned that failure by TSC to fulfill the pledge within the set period could disrupt learning during the third term, which begins later this month.
Commission's failure to advertise the exact number which the president himself had pronounced on 50,000 vacancies, which he himself mandated on 13 September 2025. In the event that the Teacher Service Commission does not do justice to this, then they are calling back industrial action that we had thought was now behind us. When we now move to involve our teachers in industrial action, it will not serve this country well.
Kumbuka ile awali promotion ilikuwa imesimamishwa kabisa kwa miaka 10, ilikuwa frozen, lakini anapoambia Teacher Service Commission wa promote walimu 50,000, nao wanatangaza 34,000. Hapa lazima kuna jambo, na tunaambia Teacher Service Commission waweze kurekebisha hii mambo mara moja.
NCA Governor James Orengo has suffered a setback after the County Assembly Appointment Committee rejected the resubmission of some of his cabinet nominees. The committee, chaired by Speaker George Okoh, said the nominations violated the County Assembly Approval Act 2017, as the governor had not demonstrated that the reasons for their earlier rejection had been addressed. Okoh said the responsibility of justifying the resubmission lies with the appointing authority and not their nominees. The committee ruled that the repeat nominations did not meet the legal requirements and rejected them. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go.
That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to State House, they just promised they given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did Parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you, Karibuni Sana. Thank you for being here this morning as we continue with our conversations. Healthy Friday is a conversation that we get into now at this hour because we're going to be looking at a number of things today. A Healthy Friday conversation will be around issues of, contraceptives, and we have issues with that in terms of contraception, what has or has not happened with the drugs that are necessary. Okay, it's going to go into this quite a little bit, but our guest for this hour to help us look through issues around the contraceptive crisis, Dr. Kireki Omanwa is the president of the Kenya Obstetrical Gynecological Society, and he's here with us this morning. Daktari, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Niko salama.
Uko salama?
Kabisa.
Karibu. I know we'll have conversations, but just assure me that you're on my side before we move further. So just say, Nduh, I'm on your side.
I have to know what the agenda is.
Oh, so just say, Nduh, I'm on your side. It costs you nothing, I promise.
But I'm always on your side.
That's all we need. We can move from there. So, before we get into this conversation, Dennis is going to share today's proverb. We'd love to get your interpretation.
Now, the side that you need to be in is this side, Daktari.
Yes.
We are in Mali where there is a lot of gold.
Yes.
And this gold has been used over time, including the richest man to ever traverse the continent, Mansa Musa, having used that wealth. And when he went to the Arab countries, Saudi, and came back, he came back with scholars and made Timbuktu to be a center of excellence for Islamic studies.
Correct.
But there is equally that great mosque in Mali that stands out. It's a UNESCO World Heritage. Why? Because of the architecture that was used. They used mud and bricks to build these stunning piece of architecture that many ask, how was it done? Speaks to the ingenuity that Africans themselves have when given an opportunity, right? But let's go to the proverb. Friends are like shoes. You may have many, but you only walk with the ones that feel comfortable.
Friends are like shoes. You may have many, but you only walk in the ones that feel comfortable. Yes. I think ladies love shoes in general. So Nduh, I'm on your side as well.
Stop it. We know about the shoes.
So I think my understanding, my interpretation of that beautiful proverb is that in as much as you may have many pairs of shoes, at the beginning, when you have a pair of shoes, there can be different sizes. You need to choose the shoe that actually fits you comfortably. Sometimes they say you need to break into the shoe. You wear it a bit so that it molds, or your foot molds into it. And then thereafter, even if you have many pairs of shoes, there's that pair of shoes which you feel most comfortable in. So I think friends are like that, in that you will have many people who may pretend or will aspire to be your friends. With the time, you'll get to know that with X, I'm okay. I can actually let my hair down, as it were. But with Y, I can go to a certain extent. Even if I'm okay, I'm comfortable, but there are some things which I cannot sort of open up, I cannot discuss with Y, as compared to X. So I think in that respect, we need to know who our friends are, number one. And then also there's a quote that says that, especially men, if you have one good friend, then you count yourself lucky. You count two, then you are blessed. Three, you are an extremely happy person, as it were. So we have that one pair which we really, really like. If you have two which you also enjoy, if you have three, then you have a very good sort of choice, as it were.
Well interpreted.
Indeed.
Beautifully so.
So I want to give it a little bit of a brief to this contraception crisis that we're talking about. But before we do that, one of your would-be patients, just over the last couple of days, was delivered of her baby on the side of the road. And of course, that's not a contraception issue, because we've gone way past contraception by the time we're talking about delivery.
Correct.
What does that speak to from a place where you're practicing as a president of this obstetrical gynecological society? When we see things happening like this, where are we?
First of all, I think that was a very, very sad and bad situation, because pregnancy and childbirth are quote-unquote sacred events, as it were. These ladies, when you bring life to earth, that is actually a sacred event. The only thing is that it happens so often until we have treated it as something which is casual, something that is normal, and so it can happen anywhere and anyhow, which is absolutely wrong. That lady who delivered by the roadside, I understand she was 50 meters away from a health care center.
Yeah.
And apparently there's somebody who actually turned her away. That is criminal. That is negligence. Wherever it happened, I think it happened in Kahawa Wendani. Kahawa Wendani is in Kiambu, not in Nairobi. I think the governor should be held accountable for that, because he has health officers, who are supposed to take care of these mothers. If we don't take care of our mothers, who are we going to take care of? That is number one. Number two, pregnancy and labor, in as much as it can be low risk, as it were, it can turn into a high risk, sort of situation. Just like that. What if this lady had started bleeding by the roadside, and then she would have ended up, as a statistic. She starts bleeding. There's nobody to help her, nobody to do any intervention. The public will carry her and rush her to a hospital somewhere. We even don't know where, because she was near a health center. That was not done. And then we talk about reducing our maternal mortality ratios. I think we are not serious as a country. That is number one. Number two, a country is judged by the way it treats its mothers who are delivering. We call ourselves a middle income. I think we recalibrated our status to a middle income country. And if we cannot take care of such straightforward things as a mother delivering with dignity and with respect, I think we have lost the mark. And then thirdly, if this person who turned away this mother, if that was his wife, would he have liked his wife to be treated that way? So there is a lack of humanity, a lack of compassion, and a lack of common sense. This person is a criminal and should be treated as such.
Not mincing words this morning. And it would be interesting to then hear, and it's little to add to that, because if it's happened there, it's very possible that it's happening in other areas as well.
Maybe also, if I can make a rejoinder to that, we are having a nurse strike, which is ongoing countrywide. The other day I was on call in Kenyatta, and patients had to be turned away. Some hospitals, they came and they said some hospitals zimefungwa na kifuli. Are we serious as a country? So what happens to these mothers when they come to these hospitals and they're told, hamwezi kuja, hamwezi kuzaa hapa, you have to go? We will have serious consequences in a short while. Our maternal mortality ratios are going to increase.
After having come down significantly.
Our neonatal mortality ratios are also going to increase. We will have babies, children who are going to have a lot of issues, cerebral palsy, and so on in a short while. So all these are going to actually put more pressure on a health system which is creaking and not functioning the way it should. Maybe again, coming back to that case of this lady who delivered by the roadside. I think His Excellency the President opened or started what is called the ambulance. Ambulance. Yes. It would have cost this person nothing just to call 922, and there is a network of ambulances which would have actually taken care of this lady. My sincere apologies to this lady. It should not happen that way. We have collapsed as a country, and this is not right. Albeit the fact that we are collecting a lot of taxes, which are supposedly going to healthcare, but we are not there. This is sad. It is a tragedy for our country.
Somewhere else where we're not there, interestingly enough, is on the issue of contraception. That contraception actually does play within the ecosystem of family planning, as well as healthy behavior. Then when it comes to sexual behavior, as well as then later on childbearing. Now, I'll just give you a little bit of a background. Kenya is facing a severe national contraceptive crisis, and it's driven by the fact that there is reduced donor funding. Now, why the contraceptive issue should be dependent on donor is probably another policy conversation. But this is one of the reasons. There's also funding disbursement delays and also chronic public health stockouts, meaning it's just not available on the shelves.
Correct.
Public clinics lack essential supplies like oral pills. There's a story today about the fact that hospitals around the country are lacking medication from KEMSA. KEMSA's got a big bill.
8 billion. I think it was about 8 billion.
8 billion shillings. And in this stockout, contraception is one of them. It's leaving vulnerable women and youth at high risk of unintended pregnancies and sexually transmitted infections. The World Health Organization tells us in a report that we've seen today that gonorrhea and syphilis is going to continue affecting Kenyans well past 2030. This is involved in that as well. Donor funding cuts, the reduction and shifting of support from key international partners like USAID, budget shortfalls out of roughly $22.9 million needed annually for family planning. We're seeing that actual cash disbursements to the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority stalled, not reduced, stalled. Depleted inventories. Public facilities have reporting zero or critically low stocks of short-term methods like combined oral pills and 3-month injectables, as well as male-female condoms and implants. Now, let's take the last one. Let's take the very last one.
The very last one.
Because we're talking about contraception here.
Correct.
And we know that in contraception is a process whereby you avoid pregnancy.
Correct.
Right? And there are certain things that you take. Most taken are by the women in this case. Now, and that's how you help with things like family planning or unwanted pregnancy. Now, if you don't have the contraception, what are we staring at here?
Thank you, first of all, for bringing up this very important topic. It's a topic which cuts across all sectors, as we say. Maybe just a quick overview of what contraception is for those of our viewers or our listeners who may not have a very good idea about what contraception is. As you said, contra and deception is against conception.
Right.
Sometimes we interchange contraception with family planning, which is understandable because we do use contraception to space our family. And August is contraception, family planning or contraception awareness month, which is a good thing. Now, when we talk about contraception, we can broadly divide this into two groups. Number one, we can talk about contraception which is reversible and contraceptions which are irreversible. The ones which are irreversible are, for example, when we cut the tubes of the fallopian tubes of a patient, of a lady, for whatever reason she's had the number of children that she wants to have, or sometimes she doesn't even want to have children at all. Then we and this is the method that she has opted for, and we cut the tubes. For the gentlemen, we also cut tubes as well. We do a vasectomy. Nasikia Dennis
he's trying to clear his throat. It's okay. I told you to be on my side.
We also do a vasectomy where we cut the tubes, which actually bring out the sperms, as it were. Now, for the men, for this non-reversible method is sort of a big problem in this country, because the acceptance rate of a vasectomy rate is about maybe 3% or even 4%, if at best, as it were. So then we come to the other ones which are reversible, and to that, I can also add another subgroup, which is called the natural methods of contraceptions. I'll start with the so-called natural methods, and then I can come with into the other group. The natural methods are the ones, for example, where a woman tracks her cycles, because during the cycle, during ovulation, a lady's basal temperature will increase by about 1 degree. So the lady, in order for her to use this method, she has to track her cycle for about 3 to 6 months, such that she knows that around this date, I see an increase in temperature, that is ovulation. So if I don't want to have a baby, I will not have intercourse at that time. This is a method which is propagated by some certain areas, which is relatively a good method, so long as we are able to contain our emotions. Now, not a very good method as well, because if that patient has, for example, a common cold or some infection, of course she may have a fever. She will have a fever, and that will throw that method into disarray. The other one is following what we call the vaginal discharge. During ovulation, there is a clear, watery, slippery vaginal discharge, which physiologically is basically supposed to help the sperms to swim to get to where they are supposed to get. So if there is that watery, slippery, clear discharge, then avoid intercourse. But then, physiologically, that is a time when a woman is actually programmed to feel that she wants to have intercourse. So that can be a bit of a challenge as well. So that is a natural method which is also propagated. The other one is what we call coitus interruptus, meaning you're having intercourse, and then just before the gentleman ejaculates, he withdraws his organ and then ejaculates outside. It's like trying to stop trying to stop a train before it reaches the station, and most of the time it will reach the station and pass the station before you stop it. So it's a method which usually doesn't work. There is what we call pulse index. Pulse index is basically where we look at a number of women who have used a certain method of contraception and how many of them have got pregnant. So in these methods, for example, that one of coitus interruptus, it fails almost 90%. It fails.
Sure it does.
And the same with the ones where we check the vaginal, discharge and so on. So if something fails by 90%, I don't think you can call it a contraception method at all. So that is we actually don't even advocate for that. But as gynecologists, we have to put all these methods on the table so that the patient can choose the method that he or she would like. Now, when you come to the other ones now, we talk about hormonal contraception and non-hormonal contraception. In the hormonal contraception, we have quite a number of groups there. We talked about combined oral contraceptive pills. Then you have what you call mini pills. We have patches. We have vaginal rings. We have the injections that we use, and so on. We also have intrauterine contraceptive device, which is hormonal as well. And then we have another one which is non-hormonal. Then we have the ones which you have talked about, where we have condoms, we have diaphragms for the women, and we also have quote unquote condoms for women as well. We start with the condoms for women. Very few women use them because they're clumsy, number one, and by the time you get into the mood and saying ngoja wacha niingize hii kitu kwanza, and then we start the act, it really doesn't work. The condom, which is very well known and quite widely used by men, it's supposed to be available. Nacost is supposed to have these condoms actually available everywhere. For free? For free. Let's say free, because when you say free, somebody is paying for it. Right, so there should be a budgetary allocation allocation for this. Supported, yes. Okay. But it is not available. Now, what are the consequences? You talked about they are not there. Combined oral contraceptive pills are not there. The condoms are not there.
3 month injectables.
3 months injectable are not there, and so on. I think it is a tragedy. First of all, that we as a country, how many years? 63, 64 years after independence, that actually some of the very big programmatic things that we do, HIV, donor funded, blood banks, donor funded, contraception, donor funded. I was almost tempted to say dialysis, donor funded, but it's not donor funded. These are huge public health issues which we as a country should have actually taken under our wing a long time ago and run with them. What are the consequences of this withdrawal of donor funding? The donor tells you 3 years ago that in 3 years' time, we are going to do what? We'll start scaling down and we will stop doing what? We'll stop giving you this aid. But 3 years down the road, when the donor withdraws the funding, we are shocked. That ameenda na pesa yake. So what are we going to do? We start scrambling left, right, and center, looking for funds, which are mega for healthcare, but for other things, these funds are available. For political, meetings and whatever, funds are available. But for healthcare, we have a challenge. Now, when we lack contraception, what is going to happen? Number one, many things, for example, unwanted pregnancies are going to increase. There was a report by it's called African Population and the Health Center, which said that in 2025, I think we had 2.8 or 2.85 million pregnancies, and about 2.4 of these were, those ones of it has happened. Now, something interesting. Out of those 2.85 million pregnancies, they were, if I remember well, about 793,000 induced abortions. 793,000. Yes.
In Kenya last year.
In Kenya. 2025. There's a report in 2025 and it's online. Now, something interesting. It says that 78% of those 793% were actually women who were married. Good morning.
So what does that tell you?
Now, and I think a very big proportion, I think about 42% were women who were in the ages between 24 and 35, and then about 15% or so were about 35 years, and then comes the shocker. About 12% were actually teenagers. And we have teenage pregnancies. If I remember well, there was a report from the ministry which said that presently approximately 242,000 teenagers get pregnant.
Annually.
So all these are consequences of some of these decisions. There is no donor funding, and coming back to contraception, it says of these women, the ones who had induced abortion, 66% had access to a modern method of contraception. So there's a shortfall of about 34%, which is a big number.
Now, Dr. If we continue with those staggering figures, we might need to have a population control measures.
Can I beg you to take a break?
Yes.
And then hold on to your question.
Right.
And then we'll come back. All right. So we're talking about the contraception crisis in the country at the moment. But there's a lot. It's not just a crisis, but there's a lot that goes into the underbelly of it as well for us to look at into today. Dr. Kireke Omanu is here with us today, and we're looking into this. We'll be back right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so traffic has not been too much of a pain point this morning. There's a little bit of movement into the CBD today. But whatever was happening on North Airport Road, that's completely clear. The Thika Superhighway has nothing. And traffic coming out of Western's not a problem at all until we're even asking ourselves, what's the problem now that there's no traffic? Let's be happy, guys. There's no traffic, okay? Okay. Through the day, let's keep an eye on all of this. SpiceFM KE on X.
Ebola virus disease is a severe and often deadly illness. With outbreaks reported in neighboring countries, we all need to stay alert. Ebola spreads through direct contact with the body fluids of an infected person or by touching contaminated clothing, bedding, utensils, needles, and other surfaces. It can also spread through contact with the body of someone who has died from Ebola. Watch out for symptoms such as fever, severe headache, muscle pain, diarrhea, vomiting, or unexplained bleeding. If you or someone you know develops these symptoms, especially after traveling to affected countries, immediately self-isolate and call 719 or seek medical care. Protect yourself by washing your hands regularly with soap and running water or using a 70% alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid contact with bodily fluids like vomiters, diarrhea at cough, a suspected or infected Ebola patient. If caring for a suspected case, wear appropriate protective equipment and call healthcare providers immediately for assistance. Avoid travel to areas experiencing Ebola outbreaks. If you have traveled recently from an affected area, monitor your health for 21 days and report any symptoms immediately. Avoid eating or handling bushmeat from live or dead wild animals such as bats, monkeys, antelopes, and porcupines. Remember, people affected by Ebola deserve compassion and care, not stigma. Stop spreading rumors and always rely on verified information from the Ministry of Health. For more information, dial *719#, call 719, chat with Jali on WhatsApp at 0700-719-719 or visit www.health.go.ke. Stay informed, stay safe. Together, we can stop Ebola. This message is brought to you from the Ministry of Health, KNPHI, and partners.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
We continue with our conversations this morning, 23 minutes to 10 o'clock, and we're having that contraception conversation this morning. Come on, you had a question.
Oh, yes. Doctor. Well, it's funny enough that we humans appear to be the only species that copulates for fun. I don't know for the chicken, but I know humans. I don't know what scientific explanation could be behind that. But if we had an inclination to only copulate for purpose of recreation, like other species do, maybe you would not need to have this conversation about contraceptive. It could be a natural act. Food for thought. But if you have a comment on that, I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah.
But my question is more to do with the science behind contraception. The significance of it cannot be downplayed because, again, we are humans, we behave the way we do. And some of these natural processes, unless they're interfered with, they are going to manifest. They're going to happen. You end up with an unplanned for. I mean, not say unwanted, but call them unplanned for pregnancies. And the repercussions thereafter. So when we look at the science of development of contraception or contraceptives, we as an African continent, have we invested enough in research, development, and testing of the same? Because many a times we hear of various feedback, consumer reports. People will be allergic to, for example, condoms. And various contraceptions we hear, people are not, their bodies naturally are not able to adapt. So looking at that adaptability, in my opinion, it is rooted from the development of these contraceptives. So where are we in the science of developing compatible contraceptives for the African continent?
Thank you. Maybe a small correction is that the statistics that I quoted, 66% of those women who had induced abortions, illegal abortion, actually had never used any contraception. So the ones who had used were only 34%. Coming back to your question, I think that is a very important question. Why? Because most of I would say all of this, when you talk about contraception, it is the methods that we're using are actually imported. Starting from the oral contraceptive pill, which was, I think we started in the 60s, early 60s, and then we know what happened after that. Women became free, quote unquote, to engage in intercourse the way they wanted, and because they felt that now we are protected. And remember, at that time, if a woman got pregnant outside marriage, it was actually taboo. She was ostracized. But here now I'm protected. I can actually do whatever I want, and I'll still be okay. Now, all these methods have actually been brought to us. There was a method which our grandparents, maybe great-grandparents used to use, and that was more often the so-called natural method. That is why you see a grandfather has married to maybe 2 to 3 wives. If this one is expectant, he will not see her. He will visit the others, and it will be sort of rotational, as it were. That was quote unquote a natural method, even though we may not sort of qualify it as such, because we don't have any statistics, but it was sort of an inherent sort of method, I would say. Coming back to where we are in terms of research and in the African continent, I'm sad to say, and this is on record, that we are happy that we are training doctors, we are training nurses, and we are happy for them to go out there and work, because it proves that our level of training meets international standards, which I think is a misnomer, because if you are training people for other developed countries, meanwhile you're leaving your country impoverished, then I think there is a problem in the way we think, in the way we plan, and in the way we do our things. We invest for a medical doctor to go through medical school until he or she finishes. I think it's an investment of over 10 million shillings. And then we just let this person to go, just like that, to go and work in a so-called developed country. The same thing with nurses, the same thing with other cadres, and the same thing with the research. We have a brain drain. We cannot be able to accommodate this. We cannot be able to create conditions for research and development such that they can sit down and actually think, what can we do in order for us to come out with certain methods, certain things which are going to be profitable for the country, and who knows, even for the world. I am involved. I was invited to a meeting, I think sometime last year, to Ethiopia. A colleague of mine, Professor Moses Obimbo, is actually spearheading a research where they're trying to find out, and this is an African-wide consortium, where they're trying to find out non-hormonal contraceptions from Africa, and most of these are from plants and so on. So it is something which is still in its early days, but I can see there's a push towards that side, so that we try and get some things which are indigenous, which are non-hormonal, but which work in the same way as the hormones. I know other countries, for example, India and a few other countries, China, they are a lot ahead of us when it comes to this. And then the other challenge that we have is that we are not serious in investing in research. We don't think that scientists are important. People who think. We don't think that people who think are important. And thinking is a difficult process where you have to think and say, what if, and take that risk. And then be ready to actually sit down and, put that idea on paper, throw it out there, sit down and make it work, and then you take it from them. We had a meeting, I think 3 weeks ago, and what you call the PPH Foundation, because we know postpartum hemorrhage, excessive bleeding after delivery, is a big problem in this country.
Right.
Our numbers are 355 out of every 100,000 women who die. Who deliver. So we lose approximately 5,000 to 6,000 women every year. So by the time we finish this meeting today in the evening, we'll have lost about 15, 16 women. 60% of these women who die are because of excessive bleeding after delivery. So we came up with an idea. Why don't we do a hackathon? And we threw this idea out there with my brother, Professor Obimbo, and we have what we call the PPH Foundation, and we had over 100 groups which were interested in coming and bringing their ideas on board. These groups were whittled down, and we got about 10 groups which took part in the first PPH conference, which has it has never happened on African soil, and we had it 3 weeks ago. And
here in Kenya?
Here in Kenya. You cannot believe the ideas that we got from these young people. Brilliant ideas, exceptionally brilliant ideas. But you see, we can't take all of them. We had the competition. One has to be number one, somebody has to be number two, and so on. And 3 groups actually stood out, and one of them actually won 300,000 Kenyan shillings. And what this group came out, he said, look, we can look at, because we are going into the digital space. We are in the digital space, whether we like it or not. So what the group that won, came up and said, this purple book that we have for mothers, is there a way that we can integrate it into the ecosystem, the digital ecosystem that the government has actually proposed? So they said, we can take this material which is in the purple antenatal care booklet, we integrate it with the health system, such that this mother who comes, once she has been seen by a community health provider, I, as a healthcare provider, can see what has been done, can see what vaccines the baby has had, what the problems can be, how she can be referred, basically her whole history at the touch of a button. They had even a plan on how to roll this out. I was so impressed, I was blown away by the ideas that we have in this country, which we are supposed to actually nurture. But when we say that we are training and then letting them go, I think we're just cutting down, we are actually killing the inventions, the potential inventions that we have. The other idea that came up is that we use oxytocin. You talked about stockouts. KEMSA has, whatever, 8 billion shillings. And I was just wondering, if hospitals don't have medications for dialysis, medications for cancer, medications for postpartum hemorrhage. The other day I was in a hospital and we did not have medications for high blood pressure in patients who had delivered what we call preeclampsia, and they need to have it. It was not available.
The hospital didn't have them.
It was not available. So I asked my junior colleagues, what we call residents, I said, but so what are we doing? They said, no, we are writing prescriptions for these patients. And they,
for them to go and buy.
To go and buy. It's not right. It is not right. It is not fair. So when you were talking about the stockouts, Nduh, stockouts of contraception, sometimes contraception may not be an emergency.
It sometimes seems it's almost like a luxury.
Yes, quote unquote, because if you can withhold that a bit, you may, that moment may pass. But if you have a crisis, high blood pressure, 270 over 130 or whatever it is, you need that IV medication and it is not available. So I was just thinking, if you're talking about stockouts of these medications, Sembuse, is that a nice Swahili word? Sembuse, you know this. So yes, we can talk about stockouts of contraception, which is a crisis, but we have other bigger crises which are actually brewing.
Look, this speaks to a plan that a country should have, a plan that policy should then get to inform everything you talk about in terms of budgetary allocation.
Correct.
Right? Because when you talk about unavailability of contraceptive in the country, it's because we've looked at the donors to do that, they've left, and we are shocked because we never put in contingency measures to take care of our business. Correct. Because our business has been taken care of by those who are outside.
Correct.
But beyond that, you look at the bigger picture. So we do not have contraceptives. There is a problem when it comes to STDs, STIs that would be there. That is a disease burden to a country that is not prepared. You look at the population pressure that would come where contraception is not there as well. And the government needs to plan and budget for that. Are we having these discussions? Rather, does the government look at it from a perspective of pressures that would come if they do not put measures to deal with contraceptive use and what is needed in the country?
I'm sure my colleagues at the Ministry of Health have been having these discussions, and I'm sure in collaboration with technical colleagues in Treasury, and so on. I'm sure when they do their budgetary allocations, they say we need X amount of money for this, and so on. The policies that we have are beautiful. But do we always follow through with them? No. Other countries come and borrow our policies, and then we go and do benchmarking in their countries, which is not right. Coming back again to the stockouts. I think last year's report, we said, I think there were new HIV cases, I think over 20,000.
Yes.
Over 20,000 HIV new cases, and women were unproportionally, represented in this. I think over 13,000 of this. This is also something about lack of contraception, lack of condoms, because we know that if you're going to use condoms, there is a high likelihood that it protects you from HIV, it protects you from herpes, it will protect you from syphilis, and so on and so forth. You talked about gonorrhea, that is going to be there, and is going to be, and we're even not talking about drug-resistant, strains of gonorrhea, and so on. So lack of this is a challenge. Now, we talk about, this is the budget, this is what we are going to do, this is the allocation, but most of the time we actually don't follow through. Now, and that is at the national level. At the county levels, I think it's the same issue, only again a little bit on a wider scale. Money comes from the national government, goes to the county governments. There is no, I stand to be corrected, there is no money that is ring-fenced, that this is actually money which you will not touch, and this is for health. It goes into one basket, and from there, that is where we do our development, that is where we do our salaries, that is where we do everything, and so on and so on. So when a crisis comes, there is no money. It has gone to all manner of different things. Right. And then something interesting is that as politicians want to show things they have done. I have built, I've roads, I've constructed roads, I have built this and that, things which Mwananchi can see and say, actually, Dennis has actually done this and this. Health is intangible.
You don't really get the accolades.
That mother you say is actually not seen.
Yeah.
So even if you say, I have helped X number of
prevented sexual disease,
but we don't see that. We don't see that. Not knowing that further down the road, this public health initiative is actually going to bear a lot of fruit. For example, it is well known that if you're going to invest $1 in maternal care, it will reap 10 or so many dollars down the road. So then why don't we do that? Because it is not tangible. I cannot put my fingers and say I invested $1 and then 3, 4 years, 5 years down the road we have reaped $10.
But I can see a ramp on a highway, for example.
You can see a ramp. You can see a road which leads to my residence. And so on.
Well, it is true. We lean more towards those popular initiatives. And unfortunately, we leave what we need most for human development, because, I think that's something we have continuously neglected, developing the humans of the country. Now, I compare Kenya with other countries, and sometimes we just keep on comparing ourselves with the West and Europe. But today I want to compare our health system with that of Cuba. Cuba runs, in my opinion, a very high quality, highly easily accessible healthcare system.
Correct.
Here we talk of community health promoters. Then they talk of community-based family doctor. The way you're talking of tracing, that you are able to trace, illnesses, development, and all that.
Yes.
What will it take, in your opinion, because you're in the healthcare ecosystem, for us to prioritize healthcare and realize the economic impact it has, the social impact it has, the political, it affects everything, even the level and quality of education. You spoke of brain drain. If things were working in Kenya, people would not need to travel far. We would be able to regenerate and rejuvenate ourselves into newness. What will it take for us to understand that neglecting public health actually is a threat to our internal security? What will it take for us to move from where we are today and stop politicizing projects, stop politicizing events, stop politicizing budgets, and focus? Because like right now you look, I think health was given 177 billion. But how much of that goes to research? How much that goes to specialized care? Even facilities that are at the national level that get direct budgetary allocation, you look at how they are managed, it's very wanting. What will it take, or what do we need to do now as a people? And create the change that we so much deserve?
I think that is a suicide question you've asked me, but it's okay. I'll try.
From a professional point of view.
I'll try and tackle it from a professional angle. The Constitution says we, the people, we have actually delegated this power to whoever it is there. So we, the people, can actually do what? Get that power back. But we have to realize that we have this power, number one. Now, what will it take for us to have a similar sort of system like Cuba? Remember, Cuba has been demonized. Look at the sanctions that have been in place for over 40 years, 50 years. And it is still standing. It has actually exported doctors to other countries, even to Kenya, Latin America. The ones to Kenya, I will take you with a chicken tongue. But be it as it may, its public health system is actually, albeit all these things, all these problems that it has encountered, it is structured and helping the people. I trained in a communist country, and I saw what they had planned and what they had. They had nurses in schools. They had dental technicians in schools. They had doctors, in all the halls of residence. So if you had a problem, you didn't have to go straight to a hospital. You'd go to the doctor who is allocated to that particular place. What would it need for us to change this? I think, number one, the day the government or we the people will decide that anybody who is sick, irrespective of position, will go to a public hospital. That will be step number one. Number one, the money will flow to the public institutions, and with the money will come technology, and with the technology will come research, and so on. The day we decide that you as MCA, you as an MP, you as a county governor, your place is to go to Kenyatta National Hospital, to go to Makueni County Hospital, or whatever it is. That is the day we'll see a huge fundamental shift. There'll be more money allocated to health than what is allocated now. Number one. Number two, we have to change the way we train and who we train, and the scopes of practice have to be very clear. Just like I mentioned, in Cuba you have a family doctor right at the bottom there, mashinani kule. So instead of recruiting community health providers, and we think that we are doing something, I think we are just not serious. Who is a community health provider? With all due respect, good morning, with all due respect. Yes. These are guys who, for lack of something else to do, they have been given something to do. And we give them a tablet, and then we tell them this is the way unapima pressure and whatever, but not knowing what implications are there. Some of them have been trained, but even the training itself is lacking. Let me limit myself to maternal health. Right. These are people who are supposed to sort of have an idea. If an expectant mother has this, please do this, send them. They had, I think, 1 week's training, And when you look at the curriculum, it's really, really wanting. Really, really wanting. But it's a stepping stone. We can increase their little bit of knowledge such that they are more aware about what they're supposed to do. But the question of the structure that we have this doctor here, the way we have Nyumba Kumi now, even though it's not very well pronounced, in some countries, like for example Rwanda, it's very, very clear. Whether you're in the city, whether you are in the village, there is a Nyumba Kumi. So that structure can actually help. So we know this Nyumba Kumi, we have 100 households, they have a nurse or they have a doctor there who is actually taking care of them. Once we put that structure in place, then we can talk about actually accessibility, availability, and affordability. As it is now, we can't talk about that.
Quickly, as you come to the top of the hour, how should one, ladies, decide how to get the best contraceptive? Because do I go for what my aunt uses, my mom uses? What is the best way to go about it?
Over the counter.
Over the counter, OTC, yes.
First of all, over the counter is the worst mistake. We should never go for contraception over the counter or any medications for that matter. But Kenyans, we are like that. Unaenda unasema mimi nasikia hivi nipatie paracetamol, niko na malaria, awe uko na malaria, and then you are given something for contraception, for example. So I think the fundamental thing, because contraceptions are going to affect your life. For example, if you decide to use hormones, they will affect the way your body behaves. Go for advice, go to your doctor, and if you have a gynecologist, please go to a gynecologist, because this is the remit of gynecologists.
Indeed. Dr. Kireki Omanwa is the president of the Kenya Obstetrical Gynecological Society. He has been here with us this morning. We've talked about layered issues here, about what you can do in terms of practice, but then also what the global issue is and global mean overall in the country at the moment. The hope is that there won't be stockouts. The hope is that there won't be lack, but that we should also be aware of what it is that we're dealing with. Thank you.
Our dreams are valid.
Indeed, they are. Thank you, everybody, for being in the Situation Room this week. Sante Sana, looking forward to more conversations as we get over the weekend and into them next week. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Take care of yourselves. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. Health services crisis in several counties is set to continue after the Kenya National Union of Nurses and Midwives rejected calls by the Council of Governors to resume duty. The union says the strike will only be suspended after a formal return to work agreement is signed. Nurses are demanding full implementation of the 2017 CBA promotions, improved pay and benefits, as well as the recruitment of more staff. Union Deputy Secretary General Maurice Opeto said the national government has